Anywhere near it, goes down against him as buys, but fling himself to his left, though he did, he couldn't reach it, and well, Roland Jones, we've been praising him to the skies in just conversation before we came on air, and he comes up with an absolute shocker first up. Switch off my computer sound, there we go. 44 for 1.
Yeah, that was a rough one, wasn't it, for Paul Toby?
It'll be bang on this time, on the money. In he goes, and that is bang on the money. And his hands start to go in the air as it comes off an inside edge, runs down towards backward square. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Curry picks up one, gets off the mark. 45 for 1. The lead then is 138, he says hesitantly. It is. Rishi Patel, he may hold the key to whether Leicestershire can establish a really substantial lead. In goes Roland Jones. It's worked out to square leg. Patel picks up one. Here comes the update. Hello, cool and cloudy but dry down here in Aylestone and Leicestershire. Well, they had the best of an extraordinary day yesterday. They've resumed on 40 for 1 in their second innings. 21 wickets fell yesterday. Leicestershire were bowled out in their first innings for 179. They then bowled out Middlesex in turn for 86. It gave them a lead of 93, and they are 46 for 1 in their second innings. The Foxes, Rishi Patel has 17. The night watchman, Scott Curry, has 1. General feeling is that the pitch is going to get a bit better, and Leicestershire are going to need to lead by about 350 to be really confident even of enforcing what would be their first win of the season. At the moment in their second innings, they're 46 for 1. Missed just one delivery online that Curry managed to keep out from Roland Jones. Not much more than that. Roland Jones is into Curry. Bowls outside off stump, swings away, but rather from the arm on that occasion, and Curry let it go through. He stalks off towards short leg. Conditions sort of similar to yesterday. Thick grey blanket or duvet of cloud. Sort of little few whiter, lighter patches around. It started the day pleasantly enough in Leicester. Plenty of blue sky around, but it has filled in a little bit. That was the forecast, but the forecast is for it to stay dry. In goes Roland Jones, bowls thick outside edge from Curry as it swung. It's going to run down to third man, and it is going to go all the way. A magnificent chase by De Keres up on his toes. He really gave it everything and put in the dive and lost his cap and almost flicked it back, but wasn't quite able so to do. So 10 from the first over in extras and in runs. Curry has 5, Patel has 17, Leicestershire 50 for 1. They lead by 143.
Important pieces of housekeeping, Richard.
Right.
The good coffee is out on display next door for David Townsend. Sorry, the bad coffee is hidden away next door from David Townsend. The good coffee is tucked away behind there's some kitchen roll in there at the back, isn't there? It's tucked away behind that. So the bad coffee is out in front of David Townsend. I've hidden your good coffee from David Townsend. He doesn't know it, but he's got the bad coffee right now, and he's going to have the bad coffee for the rest of the day. Important housekeeping, just so you know. If you go in there and go, "Where's my good coffee?" It's hidden from Townsend. David Townsend, ladies and gentlemen, 2 doors along, looking like he's doing something extremely important on a phone call and a laptop. 50 for 1 here, and here's Ryan Higgins running in 4 in the first innings. Took a bit of tap yesterday, 2 overs for 14, and he bowls in first ball today. Patel's gone for 17 from 30, and Higgins has gone straight through him. Goodness me. It was as though it was an invisible bat in his hand there as he came down with it. It wasn't remotely behind it, even though it appeared from the angle we were at as though he was in a great position to play it. Maybe an inside edge. Maybe an inside edge. He was a long way across. And it looked as though there was no way through for that ball, but off stump he's rocked back, and it's 50 for 2 as Patel is bowled by Higgins for 17.
You're absolutely right. It looked as though he just sort of played down the wrong line. It might just have come back at him a touch onto off stump, but essentially sort of stretched forward and missed it. As simple as that. And go figure. So Rishi Patel One of Leicestershire's main hopes of getting ahead of the game, so to speak, comes and goes very quickly this morning, and the wickets continue to fall. 50 for 2, the lead 143.
Well, they needed that, didn't they, Middlesex? The wickets have got to keep coming for them, really. They're 143 runs behind. Curry could be very, very useful this morning. He was very useful with lower order runs in the first innings. If he were to repeat that with some top order runs in this innings, then they really would be in a very good position. I mean, look, we've got scores of 179, 86, 50 for 2. Middlesex were desperately hoping that this is no more than 150 all out for Leicestershire. But that still means they're going to be chasing 243, 244 to win, even if they bowled them for 150. So that's how perilous the situation is, you'd fancy. The skies are leaden here at the moment. It's that the light's really significantly dimmed from even just half an hour ago, I'd suggest. There's a bit of blue sky on arrival. Certainly opening the curtains this morning, there was blue skies over Leicestershire. As Higgins has 2 slips and a gully. He bowls to Hill and forward he goes, pushing away into the offside. He'll pick up a single here, just in front of Stoneman and wide of long mid-off, which is Roland Jones. He's collected and they've taken 2. I thought that Stoneman was going to cut that one off, or at least get back to it rather quickly, but he left it in the end for the skipper. He had a better angle of how it was moving.
Apologies for the early echo on the stream. Hopefully that is sorted out now. I believe it is.
Higgins passes the umpire, he bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Hill. An echo on the stream.
For some reason, which, yes, Mike says it sounded like we had karaoke reverb on. Ooh. But it has been now sorted. Whether we're loud enough remains to be seen, but I'm not sure we can do too much about that one.
Higgins with an advanced second. Elias Deploy, the only batter to reach double figures for Middlesex in their innings. He bowls and he goes past the edge of Hill. A forward defence that swung once past the bat of Hill, and Davies, although having seen the outside edge beat him, was taking that low to his left, away from the slips.
Just poking at a wide one, really. Some odd shots being played this morning.
Higgins in bowls, that's dabbed into the offside by Hill, no run.
I guess once the doubt is in the batsmen's minds after yesterday, they're all expecting the worst, but as players from both sides, Ryan Higgins and Ben Mike, and as we said yesterday, most of the movement was through the air. It was swing by and large.
Yeah, there were a couple of times when Roland Jones got some extra bounce, and I wondered was that seam movement as well, but it was just the bounce as this ball's left alone through to the keeper by Hill off Higgins, and over that began with the wicket of Patel, bowled for 17, 50 for 2 it was, 52 for 2 now. Hill has those 2 runs, Curry has 5, but yeah, I remember a couple watching from the angle where I think it was beating a left-hander, and you just thought, I wonder if that seamed away, but it was just the bounce beating them, because any time we watched the replay, there was never really any noticeable movement at all off the surface, was there?
James Taylor, Leicestershire's batting coach, walks below us with a very smart reflective shades on his head. He was in San Moritz last week, James, representing GB in some sort of celeb golf tournament. It looked very nice. Looked a lovely golf course. In goes Roland Jones and bowls to Curry full, and it's on his legs, and he works it nicely, Curry, down towards long on. In fact, it's going to go all the way down the slope. Didn't think it was going to get there, but Brooks never really sort of seemed to accelerate after it. He's one of those young athletes who has sort of essentially one pace, I suspect. And it didn't get much quicker, and the ball just stayed about 3 feet ahead of him all the way down the slope. Cruel, cruel. Curry on to 9 off 8, 56 for 2. Every run could count in this game. In goes Roland Jones and bowls outside off stump, played nicely off the back foot. You heard the crack of ball on Willow, but steered more or less directly to cover by the bearded Stoneman. He too, with reflective glasses perched on his cap. I think more for form than anything. I cannot imagine those glasses being required today. No blue sky to be seen. 2 slips and a gully behind Curry. Should there be 3 slips? Conscious of the runs. In goes Roland Jones and bowls, and worked by Curry off the back foot, just off stump, backward of point. De Caires moves smartly to his left and then dives and rolls and gets his throw away. Curry picks up 1, moves into double figures. De Caires gets a low 5 from Higgins in the gully. 57 for 2. Yeah, Scott Curry, as I mentioned yesterday, has played some really useful knocks this season already in the county championship. And he's regularly not out as well. In goes Roland Jones, forward goes Hill, looking for the conventional outswinger. Steered by Hill down into the ground. Higgins dives to his right in the gully to make the stop, and there's no run. 72 at home to Gloucestershire, 45 at home to Glamorgan, 44 not out, home to Northamptonshire. So no mug, Scott Curry, and he's already shown that. 10 off 10 he's watching at the moment as his captain prepares to face Roland Jones, who's in. Nice shape to the delivery, but it's a fairly gentle one. Hill back on his stumps can turn it off Midland leg out towards mid-wicket. Fairly, well, he is deep mid-wicket, so comfortable single to be taken, and is.
It was a gentle one. That's one of the funny things about the match. So at times when that ball comes out of the hand and you think, oof, that one zipped through. You think some of that's the spell from Mike. But even Bamber, when he's been on at times, he's really been able to hit the glove, hasn't he? Roland Jones also. When he gets it right, that ball fizzes past the edge, doesn't it? But then at other times, you say it comes off a little bit more gently off the surface.
In he goes, bowls to Curry, who is turning the bat face on that defensive push out towards mid-wicket. You heard the rapping call of no from Hill. Held up his hand as well as Roland Jones swerved in his follow through out towards short mid-wicket to make sure there wasn't a quick single. End of the over, the 3rd of the morning. 58 for 2. Hill has 3, Curry has 10. Why was the lead 93? Couldn't it have been 100 or something like that? I suppose if you just sort of add 100 and take away 7 is the key, isn't it? So 151 is the lead.
Here's Higgins. He has Hill on 3. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Higgins is in, wide on the crease. He bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone. Through to Jack Davies, with some solemn looks coming out of that pavilion yesterday. Middlesex bowled out for 86. Obviously, we weren't going to be in the best of spirits. The quickest of interviews imaginable with Ryan Higgins yesterday, which was twofold. 1, Middlesex had been bowled out for 86, and 2, it was 2-1 to England at that point in extra time in the football, and they were all rushing to get back to the hotel to see the end of it. So here's Higgins in, bowls outside the off stump again. It's through to the keeper. There's no TV in the dressing room, so it was only an iPad or a tablet in the dressing room. Otherwise, it was dash back to the hotel and see the end of the game.
Have we got a bit loud? There's 1 or 2 people saying we sound a bit quiet on the...
Oh.
Stream, are we okay? Any better? Can you hear us okay? Do let us know.
Is it a complaint or a...
No, just
a thanks. Here's Higgins bowls and Hill turns defensively to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Perhaps we're a bit subdued this morning.
All of the excitement
we'll try and liven up.
All of the excitement yesterday, the build-up to England playing yesterday evening as well, and the build-up for all those wickets throughout the day.
Is it fair to say they weren't very good?
Yes. Higgins from the Bennett end, he bowls. That's a good leave by Hill.
I got back home in time to watch the game between Spain and Georgia. That was a cracker. But
Yeah.
they all have been between, well, involving Spain or indeed involving Georgia.
Yeah. Took the lead, didn't they, Georgia? Everybody gasped at that point. Two slips and a gully crashing down. Higgins bowls, and this is dabbed away into the offside defensively by Hill, just killing it. It dies on a second track where Stoneman comes to collect from cover.
Heavy roller went on again this morning, which might take a bit of the what life there is, or pace there is, out of the pitch for a while.
I was musing over that, though, that the heavy roller, if there's a cracked track, sometimes the heavy roller can create more in different bounces. This ball's left alone outside of the off stump by Hill, through to the keeper. 58 for 2.
It is the choice of the teams, isn't it, whether it goes on. So it would have been Leicestershire's choice this morning as the batting side, and it did go on, had 10 minutes on. I just don't like it.
Well, you'd fancy that Leicestershire would want this pitch to get spicier and spicier.
Yeah.
Because they've already got the runs on the board. So are they leaning to that the heavy roller then makes... If yesterday there was no seam, there was swing through the air, but the indifferent bounce, the swing is something that could come out of this. If the cloud cover disappears.
Roland Jones is in, bowls to Curry, who is slightly squared up, works it back down the pitch on the on-side. Brooksfield's at mid-on, and there's no run. I think they basically are working on the basis that the effect does eventually sort of wear off, and they just want as many runs as they possibly can. Time is not a factor. 22 wickets have fallen, and we are only 17 minutes into day 2, so Leicestershire could sort of battle all day if they possibly can. Roland Jones is in to Curry, bowls a lovely length delivery, fullish outside off stump, saying, go on, drive me, drive me. It might have taken the outside edge, Curry though. Not to be tempted. Let it go through, let it swing through to Davies behind the stumps. Good noise, as they say, from the Middlesex fielders. Keeping up the right levels of enthusiasm. Roland Jones is in and bowls. Good leave by Curry. Looked like it might nip back in. Did sort of hold its line, but didn't do quite enough. Curry wanders off to short leg. Good Rojo, says someone. Sounded like Brooks, I think, from mid-on. I think we ought to have microphones at the stumps of all county games.
It'd be fun.
With a bleep button.
Well, yes.
Might be necessary. Roland Jones in. Bowls a little bit short this time, and it does seam back in and jump up a fraction at Curry. Tries to whip it away off his legs. It thumps into the pad, above the pad on his front leg. Bounces out into the offside. No run.
Yeah, but Mike, that one yesterday that he felt was a bit rough, didn't he? He was hooking and he was giving out LBW as it hit him on the back.
Peter West is saying that sound is only a whisper as well.
Ooh.
But we've got our mixers right up, so maybe something at the other end. In goes Roland Jones, bowls, fullish again, and Curry works him out to mid-on, on the run, practically, and then sort of runs around on himself, runs in a little short circle, small circle, back into his crease. I don't know whether Ollie's listening from the club. Can he turn up the volume at that end onto the stream?
That's the one there, isn't it? You're peaking in the red, which if you were any more than that, you'd be distorting. So
exactly. So
you're doing fine.
Taint at this end. Roland Jones bowls. Little bit short, stays low. That's going to be leg before. Had to be leg before. Stayed so low, and Curry was on the back foot. Hit him round about shin height, bang in front, and no doubt in umpire Peverill's mind. And the second wicket of the day has fallen. And as you said, Kevin, Leicestershire, although they'll be disappointed to see the back of the night watchman, might not be too disappointed to see how much uneven bounce there was there.
Well, indeed, yeah. I mean, that's going to be in Middlesex's mind. That was the real difference in this match so far for me between the two first innings. Middlesex struggled to get it off the square. They really did. And I go back to it, Leicestershire Ploy. I think it's fair to say probably the best batter in this game, either side. Top scored, got into the 20s for Middlesex, the only batter to get out of single figures. And 20-something off 50-odd, he couldn't get going. Couldn't find the timing, there were a couple of pushes, weren't there, when Leicester just went a little bit too full, with really firm pushes down the ground, but overall, You just look at that one, you fancy Middlesex. Yeah. Middlesex have got to sit on the front foot and play straight when they do come out to bat, and they've just got to hang in there.
Yeah, I may be exaggerating when I said it hit him shin high. It was not much above his ankles, was it?
Yeah. Well, that's what cracks do. That's where you get in different bounce, isn't it? Cracks mainly, unless there's divots in the pitch, which sometimes happen with a soft early season pitch. Those divots harden up. But yeah, the grass covering on the top, the suspicion was there's as much, not suspicion, not any underhand way about it, but the assumption was that, there's a lot of grass covering because of the cracks below it. Just hold the pitch together a little bit better on this one. But hey, look, we've got a good game. 58 for 3. That was the end of the over again. That was it. Here's Higgins, right arm over. He bowls to the new batter, Hill, and that's left alone through to the keeper by the right-hander at the non-striker's end, young Mr. Goldsworthy, who has been a thorn in Middlesex's side before in his first-class debut. And he saw Somerset to that 4-wicket victory at a tender age on his first-class debut, an extraordinary innings. Imagine Finn and Merter bowling. He's 17 years of age, and you're not out 40s. Your partner was not out 40s as well at the other end, and a 4-wicket win for Somerset. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and forward goes Hill, defending into the onside. It's fielded. That's mid-on, and there's no run. I need to cast my mind back to when it was. I went too far back. I said it was something like 2017. It wasn't that far back because Middlesex were relegated in 2017, and they were relegated at Somerset, not in that game, though, not in that manner. Finn was batting when Middlesex were relegated, so they came back up. Here's Higgins in, bowls. Oh, that goes through to the keeper, and a late cut from Hill. Through it passes. 58 for 3. Come on, Higgy, the cry from the fields. What were you scrambling for in the who's who?
I was trying to find when that
Goldsworthy
was for Goldsworthy.
I'll get it here. Sorry, I was musing through it. It wasn't in the annual there for you. Here's Higgins in, bowls. Oh, lifts one past the edge of Hill. Beats him. Through it goes to the keeper.
This game could finish today,
Yes. Yep. 21 wickets on the first day. First class debut 2021. So that's why. See, I was getting confused because Middlesex were down in Division 2 of the County Championship since winning it in 2016. They went down the next year. So here's Higgins bowls outside of the off stump through to the keeper. It passes. Then I corrected myself last night and said no, it couldn't have been 2017 because Middlesex went down at Somerset that year, and I remember Middlesex were batting when they went down. But yeah, the 2021, the reason was, of course, Middlesex were still a Division 2 club, but we were in conferences, weren't we? So that was why Middlesex played. 2021 at Somerset was the first class debut for Lewis Goldsworthy. He had high hopes. He got 39 in the first innings as well. 44. Stephen Davis was 44 as well. As this is cut away to backward point by Hill. Holman stops and there's no run. Yeah, Middlesex had a good start to that innings. Banton, they were 0 for 1, 17 for 2, Lammonby. 93 for 5 when Hildreth fell. 104 for 4, Jack Leach was a night watch. 118 for 5. 123 for 6. And then Lewis Goldsworthy. 41 from 110 minutes, 86 deliveries. Keeping at bay Merter, Helm and Finn.
Coincidentally, he made 41 in the first innings here and was Leicestershire's top scorer. They'd take that again, the way things are going at the moment. He has yet to face a ball. He's about to do so from Toby Rowland-Jones, who comes running in from the pavilion end, bowls to him outside off stump. Relatively unremarkable delivery that is about a foot outside off stump, goes through quite low to Davies. Doesn't really do too much, and Goldsworthy has nothing to do with it. They lead 1-5-1 for Leicestershire. They won't be comfortable. I don't think that actually. They just wouldn't be comfortable at all, really, unless they're leading by 500 or something like that. So. But I think they want at least 300. Roland Jones is in, bowls, straight on, off stump, off and middle, a little bit short of a length, and relatively diminutive Goldsworthy goes back on his stumps and blocks it back down the wicket to TRJ.
The flip side is Middlesex need to be extremely greedy here, don't they? As you say, 300 will be in Leicestershire's mind, with the lead's already over 150. Middlesex will be thinking they will not want to be chasing 220 on this, which means a real collapse from here. They've got a, that 20 for 2 scenario I talked about. That's what Middlesex really need here, isn't it? A couple of quick wickets more, 50 odd for 5.
Roland Jones bowls, and he's caught behind. No, says umpire Peverall. It was a little bit of a celeb appeal for Roland Jones. It looked like, I mean, it certainly came off something. Perhaps the thigh pad as it bounced and swung. He's got a grin on his face. Absolutely turned Goldsworthy inside out, basically completely square on. And dismay, perhaps, is the correct description of the emotions being felt by the Middlesex slip cord, but they taken it in good part.
It felt it went slowly through to the keeper, didn't it? It felt as though it was the hip
so
to me.
Slowly,
yeah.
It looked like it was pad rather than...
Yeah, ball usually flies off an edge, doesn't it?
Yeah, something soft. Roland Jones is in, bowls, another fine delivery on off stump, beginning to shape away. Goldsworthy plays it off the back foot out into the offside. Claims to be 5'7", Lewis Goldsworthy. Probably is about. But it's the top end of the scale, I would suggest. Hill, maybe 5'8", something like that. Two relatively small men at the crease, certainly compared to Roland Jones, who's well over 6 foot. 2 for 13 for Roland Jones. In he goes, bowls to Goldsworthy, goes past the outside edge again with an outswinger. He's trying to play him off the back foot, which is a little bit risky. He's just finding that length. And, well, a couple of deliveries have been far too good for Lewis Goldsworthy, and I think they'd have been far too good for one or two other batters as well.
There's not much better, is there, really, when a fast bowler goes past the outside edge like that?
Lovely outswinger. Very much settled into his rhythm now, and he goes past the umpire and bowls fuller this time and went straight on, and Goldsworthy waiting for the outswing, pushed a little tentatively at the ball, hit the thick inside part of the bat, ran out to mid-on. He has survived the over, which is, from his point of view, about the best thing that could be said about it. 2 for 13, as I said, for Roland Jones from 8 overs now. 58 for 3 Leicestershire, a maiden. 4 of those 8 overs, in fact 5 of those 8 overs now have been maidens.
Did you get much of a feel from Mike? You probably perhaps sometimes get more of a feel from the side that were on the wrong end of a day than you do than the side that was on the better end, don't you? What did he say anything about the toss? Their feelings on the toss when they?
I'll tell you as we go along through this over. Read you what he said.
Here's Higgins in, bowls, and forward goes Hill defending.
I genuinely didn't think it was a bad pitch. If you hold your length, there is a bit in it, but not one where necessarily you'd see 20 wickets in a day or expect to. It was quite refreshing, though, to see some pace and carry in a pitch here. With the cloud cover, though, there was some swing, especially during that middle period when the lights were on, which tends to be how it is here. With the ball, we just tried to hit a hard length, keep it clear and simple.
This is full, push back. Higgins collects, Hill gets back into his crease.
Pretty much echoing what Ryan Higgins had to say.
Betraying any confidence is to say that, and it goes without saying, Middlesex feel they didn't get enough runs, but they do feel Leicestershire got too many. So that would put a par score somewhere between 86 and 179 in Middlesex's opinion on yesterday, as Higgins comes in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside and there's no run, and we don't need to expand on and evaluate why Middlesex felt they got too few in 86, but why did they feel that Leicestershire got too many in 179? A lot of that was down to to Curry at the end of the day, wasn't it? He threw the bat and got them from, at one point they were looking at 126 all out, weren't they? And I was saying, look, even if they can get to 180, it'll be something to play with. But Curry's runs at the end were invaluable, and also they had a relatively good start, didn't they? They settled in a little for the. So it's Higgins in, bowls, edge, put down at second. Leicester deploy. He's taken some really good catches, hasn't he? Not on this one. Full defence, edged by Hill.
Well, the way he's caught in this game,
yeah, you'd have
fancied put your mortgage on him, and hanging on to that. It was slightly to his left, about chest high, 2 hands to it. Is that the first catch that's gone down in this game? Both sides have caught brilliantly.
Yes. Yeah, first meaningful catch certainly is his a punch to backward points by Hill, and there's no run. And by that I mean meaningful chance. You know, whether there's been a half chance maybe that did it carry, didn't it carry, or one out of reach. I don't particularly remember any at all, to be honest. I certainly don't remember a good chance going to ground. He's a long way forward though, Deploy. We've noted that the staggered slips. He's a long way forward, and that hit the left shoulder hard. And yeah, it was one that hit Deploy and bounced away as Higgins is in again. He bowls, and this is pushed to point for a quick single. 59 for 2. Is that the end of the over? It is. If you don't mind, I'll be totally honest, I've got to make a phone call. Would you mind if I take my leave? David Townsend's going to sit down and join me.
Not at all. Thank you, Kevin. Well, there was a quick single. Eventually, both Hill and Goldsworthy sort of hesitated, but there very much was one there, and eventually they realised as much and went for the run. Brooks was quite deep at point, came running in to field. DT, very good to see you for the first time this season with the binoculars in hand. A long way from the crease.
First time for a long time. I always enjoy a trip to Grace Road. There's just something quite charming about it. Old school charm, isn't there?
Roland Jones to continue from the pavilion end. Square legs gone back to the boundary. Comes in, bowls to Hill. Outside off stump. Cuts over the leaping Higgins at gully to the third man boundary. 4-4. In the circumstances, Hill felt it was worth the risk and wasn't so very far above Higgins, but Higgins isn't a particularly tall man. He's rehearsing his leap, his spring. Didn't quite get it right, perhaps, his timing, but Hill hit it fairly cleanly as well. Picks up 4, moves on to 8, 63 for 3. The scoreboard had looked as though it was stuck for a while, but Hill's got it moving again.
He's an all-action cricketer, Ryan Higgins, and I imagine that was quite a long way above his head, but
would have been
it all adds to the excitement.
Miracle catch. Top of both the batting and bowling averages for Middlesex this season, Ryan Higgins. Roland Jones is in to Hill, and he is caught behind. It bounced and hit the glove, and it looped fairly gently. Hill trying not to shake his right. Well, he's given what happened, he has to accept it. He's shaking his right hand now. Hopefully he is all right. He's walking off, but a little bit of extra bounce. The third wicket of the day has fallen. Hill goes for 8. Goldsworthy looks across to Lewis Hill, who's still in a lot of pain as he walks off there. Roland Jones has his 3rd wicket of the innings, and Leicestershire.
Yeah, straightforward catch. Really almost looped to loose deploy, didn't it? And did he drop one in the previous?
He did. He dropped Hill on 3.
I was walking behind, and when I put my head through the door here, they were feeling very sorry for themselves in the slip corner, so I thought one must have gone down. But that was presumably Hill as well, was it?
It was.
That he put down, so he's it hasn't proved an expensive drop, that, but my word, that took off, didn't it? That was a brute of a delivery, and I think if you're in pain with your bottom hand, you can't pretend to the umpire that it came off your elbow or somewhere either.
Tears pouring down your cheeks, and it is a bit of a... Yeah, he was shaking his right hand essentially, but you could sort of hear it. It sounded a little bit handly as well as glove, and it is difficult out there now. The pitch is doing more than a little bit, which it kind of wasn't yesterday. Kevin has been speculating that the heavy rollers actually might just have expanded the cracks slightly so that the bounce is more uneven as a consequence, and maybe there are certain times when it isn't a good idea necessarily for the batting side to call for the heavy roller. Anyway, 63 for 4. The lead is 156.
Yeah, the roller debate. I mean, well, what does the roller do? The heavy roller, the idea is to just dampen the down the pitch a little bit, and after the effects wear off, then it starts to do a little bit more than it did. But that was a brute of a delivery. I mean, there was really nothing that Hill could do about that. And a 4th wicket to Middlesex, but the Middlesex batsman wouldn't have liked to see that, I don't think.
Roland Jones is into Harry Swindles, who's on the back foot and jabbing slightly nervously at the delivery as it rises up on him, and he pushes the ball out towards Higgins at gully. And it looks increasingly as though this is going to be a 2-day game, DT.
Possibly.
Yeah, you never quite know. But
you'll remember the old days, Richard. When
2 days wasn't uncommon, was it?
When what was the oval groundsman, was it Bert Flack, who had to go and inspect the pitches if a lot of wickets fell?
He'd have been busy in the second division for this game. In goes Roland Jones, bowls fuller this time, but Swindles is solidly behind the delivery. Doesn't swing too much. And middle and off, and Swindles blocks it out into the offside. Swindles making his first class appearance of the season after his day of glory at Trent Bridge last year.
I think it was Bert Flack, wasn't it? But the rule was if 15 wickets fell in on the first day, had to go and inspect the pitch. He'd have been going in 4 different directions last night, I think.
He absolutely would. Roland Jones is in, outside off stump, flailing away is Swindles on the back foot. Misses it by a good couple of inches. Something of a sort of helicopter shot about that, and say more than a hint of desperation too. Trying to get it away.
Is it a question? Do you think of let's cash in and get a few runs where we can, because sooner or later there's one with my name on it?
That's very much the mindset, and I'm not sure it's necessarily the right one. Roland Jones is in, bowls down the leg side, and half stopped by Davies. Should be a couple of byes in it for the Foxes. They'll take the runs as that speared off down the leg side. So 6 byes this morning conceded by Jack Davies. Not much he could do about any of them. 65 for 4. The lead creeps up to 158.
That was a shocking delivery, wasn't it? That I think it just came out wrong, and would have missed leg stump by 18 inches or more. And Davies did very well to get a mitt on it and prevent the 4 runs. So neither batsman off the mark yet. Goldsworthy on strike. Ryan Higgins bowls to him, and a little bit late on that, wasn't he? You could almost see they were 10% into an appeal there, Richard, aren't they? And the bat came down at the last moment, saved him. I think he could have walked for that one if he hadn't got any bat on it.
Walks forward from second slip. He's still got his hands on his head. Layers deploy.
Here comes Higgins again. Bustly little approach. Bowls, and that's on the leg stump. Didn't quite get that one right. Played nicely between mid-wicket and mid-on. Chase out into the distance. The throw comes in, and the batsmen are back comfortably for 3 runs. So the score ticks over to 68 for 3. Pitch misbehaving.
For 4 now.
Oh. I was looking at the 3 for the runs. 68.
You haven't seen our new electronic scoreboard or the layout there?
I'll tell you that.
Do you like it?
I do. I think that's very impressive.
They've tried to make it look as much as possible like a sort of old-fashioned scoreboard, but with just that extra information on it. So the layout is sort of the same.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah. And the old scoreboard on the other side of the ground still in use, which is good to see.
Dave's scoreboard, as was.
Next delivery is outside off stump, and another flash from Swindles, who, well, that's 2 little flurries he's had outside the off stump in the 4 deliveries he's faced, is it? And in fact 5 deliveries now. Yes, you were telling me earlier that he's no longer.
Sadly, Dave Goodacre passed away a couple of years ago now.
He was
real Leicestershire stalwart.
He certainly was. Next delivery from Higgins again, just strays onto leg stump, and Swindles eases it up to mid-on. Can't find the gap there. No power in the shot.
We lost a couple of
68 for 4.
very sort of familiar Leicestershire faces in a fairly short time, because Big Phil Wright, who was the dressing room attendant for many years down below, passed away sadly from COVID, and the bell that you see now on the pavilion has a plaque marking his
Lovely.
time at the club.
Higgins bowls, and this time Swindles is off the mark. He's got a little dab on that one, and an attempted sliding stop, and the ball not taken cleanly, so they come back for 2 runs. Swindles off the mark. Goldsworthy has 3, 70 for 4. Yes, Dave Goodacre, were his ashes sort of sprinkled around the bottom of the scoreboard?
I think so.
I was only joking. Here's Higgins bowls, and that's turn square. More runs here. Going to be a couple, you would think. Yes, they're quickly back. 4-2. That was turned behind.
It's
square. Would have been a nice touch.
Well,
Perhaps on the grass in front of it, or
grounds. Yeah, I'm laughing. It's a slightly ghoulish story, but I remember at my old cricket club, one of the stalwarts sort of sadly passed away, and they asked for his ashes to be sprinkled on the outfield, but they kind of were. They were, and we all gathered for the ceremony. But they put them in the form of a cross. But anyway, it burnt a cross on the outfield, so it looked like something out of the sort of, something out of the American South at a bad time of history, sort of thing, really. So I remember the groundsman was most miffed at the time. But yes, we remembered him for many years after that.
And the old fella having a say from beyond the grave.
He did. Yes, it was. They weren't sprinkled sufficiently widely. Roland Jones is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Lewis Goldsworthy. A lovely delivery, straight and full, and a little bit of swing. Goldsworthy battling away forward. Everything neatly together. Blocks it back down the pitch on the offside. 72 for 4.
Have you left any instructions like that, Richard? You've gone to the number of games you've done here. Surely they'll have a ceremony and walk around.
They'll have a celebration, I'm sure. He's gone. He's at last.
Well, in a way, funerals should be celebrations, shouldn't they? Celebrating your life.
Roland Jones is in, bowls fuller this time, and it's driven, lent into the shot. Goldsworthy didn't put his full weight into it, made sure, though, he timed it. It's running away down the hill to extra cover. Max Holden puts in the chase. He cannot drag it back. Goldsworthy picks up 4 to go with the 2 4s on his back. Number 44. He moves on to 7, 76 for 4. Remember, add 93 or add 100 and take away 7 is probably the easiest thing to do. So 169 the lead.
Well, that'll trouble Kevin, who's probably the only cricket commentator I know who's basically innumerate.
I think most of us struggle with maths on the hoof. Roland Jones kicks up his heels, runs away from us, bowls, and again that good full length that is inviting trouble if it swings a fraction more than it did on that occasion. But Goldsworthy again solidly behind it. Out into the offside it goes. Mark Stoneman, bearded former Durham man, is the fielder there. Lobs it to Holden at mid-off. Henry Brooks beginning to warm up at mid-on.
Yes, he's perhaps due a couple of overs.
Roland Jones is in. Bowls, stays low. Goldsworthy digs it out on the back foot, squirts the ball out to mid-wicket, and the groan from beside me is sort of echoed around the outfield by all the Middlesex fielders. Still hands on heads and hands on hips. He did very, very well to keep that out, Lewis Goldsworthy.
I think they were 25% into an appeal there, Richard. It was, the back came down.
Had he been any taller, he might have struggled. But he's a relatively small man and managed just to get down on it in time. Roland Jones is in. A good leave by Lewis Goldsworthy, just outside off stump, and it did hold its line off the seam a bit. It's tough out there for the batters at the moment. 45 minutes into play, 3 wickets have fallen. It's wobbling around, it's uneven bounce, grey skies, and We've had a few high-scoring county championship games of late. This isn't, but it's just as absorbing and in its own way entertaining. Nice to have a real mix-up. In goes Roland Jones and bowls back foot. Goldsworthy playing with fire, but that one doesn't stay too low and he manages to block it away. Out into the offside. Stoneman is the fielder. End of Roland Jones's 10th over of the innings. 3 for 21. His figures 76 for 4. Leicestershire, they lead then by 169. 6 second innings wickets intact.
Yeah, you'd think Roland Jones will keep going for another couple of overs.
Well, he's the skipper. You'd imagine he'd want to as well, wouldn't you? So,
well, they say you won't get the ball out of his hand, but of course, if he's skipper, you can't nominate anyone to take it out of his hand, can you? Higgins as well, loved bowling in these conditions. He made the breakthrough this morning. Here he comes, runs down the hill towards the Spoles and across his stumps goes Swindles and just eases that one away to the substitute fielder who's come on and don't quite make out who it is down there, but
I think it's Fernandez.
Okay.
Nathan Fernandez, 12th man.
He's come on for Max Holden, who's just gone off for probably a comfort break or something. Didn't look to, hadn't been involved in any dives or anything that he might have got injured. Higgins bowls again and across his stumps. This time Goldsworthy plays that into the offside. If you're a young batsman, do you see this as a challenge, Richard?
Yeah, you'd have played a fair bit of club cricket probably in your time, DT. It is fun in a way if when the ball's doing something, and as a sort of dour Yorkshireman, I used to quite enjoy games like this and sort of digging in and seeing if you can get a nice blob and make it hard for them to get you out.
Next ball from Higgins as Goldsworthy forward defending, pushing up to mid-off. Yeah, it's
these days
it's
they're
a challenge to your
quick
technique.
runs, aren't they? The youngsters,
sort of sit in, stay in the crease and play late and whatever. And whereas, as you say, these days it's sort of more geared to scoring quickly, even at Test match level. Higgins bowls, and that's edged over the top of slips and away for 4. No chance for the 2 slips there to get a hand on it. Robson starts to chase after the delivery and leaves it to deploy to retrieve the ball from a very fine third position.
Growing up and playing in the Yorkshire League, sort of an ability to stick it out was a wholly admirable thing, really. Nowadays it isn't. You've got to get on with it, but Boycott was the man in those days, you see.
Technique, that's what it comes down to. Higgins bowls again and turned into the onside for a single. The substitute Fernandez does the fielding again. But you see, the thing with Boycott is he not only had the technique to survive in conditions like this, he could score quickly when the occasion occurred. Scored one-day international centuries. He scored obviously that huge innings at was it the 65 Gillette Cup final or somewhere around that. It might have been a bit later than that. Next ball is short, and it has Swindles hopping and playing down into the crease. So you can go from one to the other, but it's very difficult to go from a biffer into somebody who can survive in these conditions, because you don't have that basic technique to fall back on.
Leicester supporters will groan because they've heard me say this before, but I remember one season when I think I had 28 innings and I was not out something like 16 times, going in at number 6 or so. Boy, did I have a good average that year.
Well, you don't score many runs sitting in the pavilion, Richard.
Well, this is true. But even in East Yorkshire, there were 1 or 2 mutters about get on with it, lad. Change of bowling at last. Roland Jones has taken himself off. He's brought on Henry Brooks.
That is the ultimate plot of that, isn't it? getting heckled for slow scoring in Yorkshire.
The West Yorkshire folk used to come on their holidays to the East Coast, and they wanted a lively entertainment sometimes. The tall Brooks runs away from us and bowls short on the legs of Goldsworthy, who goes back and clips him neatly down towards long leg. Ethan Bamber down there. There might be a double change. Bamber might not be far away from bowling.
The other side of that coin as well is with the bowlers. If you've got just a grooved action and you can bowl it at the top of off stump, that's all you need to do on a pitch like this. Just keep putting it in there. You don't have to have all variations and anything else. Just come in, bowl it at a brisk pace, hit the top of off stump, and you'll be in business.
Brooks is in. Two Swindles, who's turning the delivery to mid-wicket. There's a single to be had in front of and behind square indeed on the leg side. Completely convinced by this field. Swindles picks up one, shuffling across his stumps all the time, but trusting his eye. Quick hands, he moves on to 6. Goldsworthy on to 13, so 54 runs in the game for Lewis Goldsworthy, which is a pretty decent effort in the circumstances. Brooks is in, bowls to him, short outside off stump, gets up on his toes, cuts, doesn't put his full weight into the shot, steers as much as cuts it to backward point where Higgins has left gully. Conscious, really, Roland Jones, of saving runs as well as taking wickets.
Conscious saving runs, but he's got...
I think that still have a gully. But he's got all that big gap on the leg side. It's an odd field, isn't it? Yeah. Third man, long leg. Brooks is in, bowls full, driven in the air, but into the gap between cover and mid-off and out to the extra cover boundary for 4 by Lewis Goldsworthy. Did put his full weight into that shot, so it was in the air, it went through the covers, but he found the gap beautifully and he picks up 4, moves on to 17.88 for 4.
Yep, that was over-pitched from Henry Brooks, and probably on this pitch got what it deserved. It was it wasn't a long half volley, but it was certainly there to be hit, and Goldsworthy hit it.
Brooks is in and bowls. That's a better length, and stayed on the back foot. Goldsworthy trying to stay on the back foot when he can. It was straight, didn't do too much, kept it out, just pushed it out to Stoneman, and there's no run. Just check the bowling figures from the Leicestershire first innings. Brooks didn't manage to pick up a wicket. And he goes, bowl short, pulled by Goldsworthy, who saw that coming, got right on top of the bounce, pulled it out to deep backward square. There is a deep square running around the boundary in front of the Uptonsteel stand, and Luke Holman, it is out there, keeps it 2-1.
Yes, you have to wonder why you've got 2 men back on the hook shot when you've got a pitch that's sort of misbehaving a little bit like this.
Apologies to Henry Brooks, he did pick up a wicket in the first dig. 1 for 34 off 9.3. Bamber 1 for 39 off 9, and 4 each for Higgins and Roland Jones.
So it's going to be Ethan Bamber, who I apologise in advance for calling Nathan Bamber, as I'm sure I will at some point. But it's Ethan Bamber on his way, straight approach. Bowls, and that's turned past square leg for... It's gone all the way beautifully timed, because that
really was.
You're expecting long leg to come round and just send the throw in, and disappeared behind the pillar of our commentary box, and looked into the next commentary box, and there it was, popping up over the rope down just to the left as we look at it. It's Dave Goodacre's scoreboard.
Brought in as
beautiful
for the T20, Lewis Goldsworthy, on loan from Somerset, but they brought him in for these 2 one-day for the 2 first-class games.
Next delivery, short, crash through the offside for 4. Not the best opening here from Ethan Bamber, and that's couple of boundaries, and well, that takes the Leicestershire lead. I was going to say it takes it past 200. It doesn't, does it?
Not quite.
There's me talking about Kevin Hand's Kevin Hand's arithmetic. 190.
190. Yeah.
So it's 100 minus 7, not 100 plus 7. David, come on. It's Ethan Bamber again bowling, and that's clipped firmly through the offside again, and that's going to be more runs. I don't think it's quite as well timed as before. It's not. They've got 2. I'm sure they'll come. Oh, they decided not to come back for a third, because it's the old one for the throw that we used to say back in the dark ages was probably on there, because that's a very long throw. They could have come through, but they settled for 2. I think Goldsworthy perhaps fancies it a little bit, Richard, having scored 10 off the first 3 deliveries of this over. Swindle's on 6. He's pretty much the junior partner at the moment. Bamber again. Bowls, and that's a better delivery. Played against square of the wicket, and there's no run there. No, Fred Titmus has been in touch on the old, what do we call it now, X these days, isn't it? Former Twitter. He says, Chesterfield with Fletch Sport yesterday, Leicester with Kevin Hand today, and of course Richard Ray. DO_cricket jetting between venues like Phil Collins at Live Aid. Not quite, Fred, but thanks for your message. Bamber bowls, and that's pushed back down the pitch. This time of year, if you're a cricket fan, Richard, you've got so much choice. So originally, I was going to pop in for a day at Southport, because that's a super little ground up there. And I've got a good mate who lives in Liverpool, unfortunately been unwell of late, and therefore cancelled that one. So Chesterfield it was, and of course Leicester, Grace Road, always worth a visit. Bamber bowls, and that's played off the front foot. Batting's just got a little bit easier, hasn't it, I think, or maybe they're making it look a little bit easier in this last 15 minutes or so.
It's funny, in the first innings it took Bamber and Brooks a couple of overs just to sort of hit their lines and lengths consistently, which is something that Roland Jones and Higgins sort of have done from the off, so to speak. And Leicestershire, and particularly Lewis Goldsworthy, have cashed in. 28 off 29 for Goldsworthy. And in the context of the game as a whole, that's a pretty decent effort. We're coming up to an update for BBC Radio Leicester, so I'll just keep going for a bit, and then Kevin will join DT, if you want to hang on for DT for a short while. In goes Henry Brooks and bowls on off stump. Gentle-ish delivery, and Harry Swindle stretches forward, blocks it out into the offside. Higgins is in the covers now.
Yeah, I'll let Kevin come in here to do the musical chairs thing.
Here's the 2 slips. Third man, long leg, deep square, backward point, extra cover mid-off, and mid-on is the field as Brooks is in past umpire Peveril and bowls. It swings nicely and comes off a thick inside edge. Harry Swindles manages to get it down to long leg, and that is the single that brings up the Leicestershire 100. Well, that looked quite a way off when Lewis Hill was caught by Duploy at second slip off the bowling of Roland Jones for 8, 63 for 4, but these two have put on 37 in decent time now. Goldsworthy by far the majority of the runs. He's on strike now as Brooks is in, bowls to him, and he rides the bounce on that one, and it did bounce really nicely. Goldsworthy gets right up on his toes and guides it down through the vacant gully down towards third man. Walks a single, moves on to 29, 101 for 4. Trying, Kev, for Roland Jones. Is he falling between defence and attack here? He doesn't want to lose too many runs. Oh, here comes the update as Blondie disappears into the distance. In goes Brooks, looking to thump away through the offside. Swindles doesn't time it. Roland Jones fields at mid-off. They've come to us very early. We're going to get the entire news bulletin in our earphones.
I think the answer is yes on your Roland Jones point for sure. Tough one, isn't it? I mean, I think they've got a single to play with either side, haven't they? Middlesex basically saying you can have a single, but you're not having a boundary. I assume Middlesex's plan is just bowl at the stumps now.
Brooks turns, runs in and bowls, line and length on off stump. Swindle's head right over the ball as he stretched forward and defends that one down towards mid on. Holden's back with us, so Fernandez must have gone off. 101 for 4 remains the score. The lead 194.
Most thoughtful I've ever seen David Townsend that. So he's going to sit into your chair in a minute, and then it means when you come back in, you get to sit straight back into your chair, and it means there's no musical chairs. Fair play to him. I've never known him to think of somebody else first.
Brooks is in. Oh, and that creeps along the ground, but outside off stump, taken after it has bounced a second time by Davies to his left. Need those straight from the bowler's point of view. A relieved Harry Swindles looks back in relief rather than anger. 101 for 4 at the end of the 24th over.
Therein lies the game, really, doesn't it? If that's on the stumps, then it's trouble. And that's why I think, as you say, it's a deep square, a deep point, bowl at the stumps. They can have a single to deep square, they can have a single to deep point. Just keep hitting those stumps and wait for something to happen.
Duploy is in deep conversation with his captain Roland Jones at mid-off, holding things up rather. Over 8+2. Sorry.
I didn't quite catch that.
I'll explain it in a moment.
Some of it.
Kasabian, who appear at Victoria Park, just about 200 yards from my front door, on Saturday, have been immemorialised in wool. In goes Bamber and bowls, defended on the back foot by Goldsworthy. Well, the wickets have continued to fall in Leicestershire's second innings, but the Foxes are getting ahead of the game. They're on 101 for 4. They've lost Rishi Patel for 17, Scott Curry for 10, and Captain Lewis Hill for 8 this morning. But Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on loan at Grace Road from Somerset, is batting really nicely, as he did in the first innings. He's 29 not out off 31 balls. Harry Swindles is with him on 7. 101 for 4 means that Leicestershire now lead by 194. That's a lot of runs on a pitch which is misbehaving. There's a possibility this game will end today after just 2 days of the 4 days scheduled, but it could be close. The Foxes in their second innings, 101 for 4. And just to finish explaining about the Syston Banksy, who knits covers for patchy rain coming from the west. As Bamber goes in and bowls, back foot defensive push from Goldsworthy, and he's going to pick up probably one who's going to turn for a second, actually. Fernandez runs round, gets his throw away, but Goldsworthy picks up a couple. Yes, the Syston Banks, the Syston's in area of Leicester, and the knitter puts on covers on sort of various, what do they call them, pavement furniture, really. And clearly they've done something that commemorates or celebrates the greatness of Kasabian. I may have to phone to tell them that they've left the feed on. Shall I finish this over and then make the phone call? In goes Bamber and bowls. Oh, goodness me. So very nearly chopped on by Lewis Goldsworthy. Got an inside edge, shot past off stump, and, well, the bails are probably still trembling as the ball crosses the ropes at fine leg. Goldsworthy moves on to 35, 107 for 4.
Fine margins. Fine
Goodness
margins.
me, that was close. Goodness me, that was close.
Yeah, not close enough for Middlesex. There was a point not so long ago when we were talking about could they make them 50 for 5. 107 for 4 now.
200 lead.
Yeah.
So the odds are Middlesex are going to have to make the highest score of the game, batting last. Bamber is in, bowls outside off stump, and the ball, which is almost as surprising, does absolutely nothing. It's been doing so much in this game, whether through the air or off the pitch occasionally or up and down. That didn't do anything.
Yeah, and on a pitch like this, you've got to, so you just got to bowl at the stumps, haven't you? It makes it very hard to get it off the square if you do. Just keep challenging that forward defence. It's got to be a relentless, tireless battle. No room for error for the bowlers. Not much for the batters either.
Bamber to finish his over is in, bowls straight. Goldsworthy solidly behind it, pushing the ball out to mid-off. And I will leave you in the capable hands of Kevin and DT.
Thanks, Richard. Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London. Together here for this county championship match in Division 2, which at the moment is going the way of the depleted side, which is a real feather in the cap for county cricket. Very depleted Leicestershire for this match against a full-strength Middlesex, and they're up against it. The team still undefeated in the county championship this year, but they are going to be well challenged in this game to remain undefeated this season. David Townsend, how lovely to see. First time this season, I think.
Well, yes.
On air.
On air, I was sitting next to you at the Middlesex Surrey Bish Bash early evening bosh.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah, that was a disappointing game, wasn't it? 107 for 4.
Here goes Brooks. 2 slips in a gully, and he's charging away from us. Bit of watery sunshine at his back. He bowls, and it's short, and it's pulled by Swindles onto the length of that very quickly. Gets a single out to deep square, and that's pretty much the game we've been talking about. That straight line. There's an element of risk though, as Ben Mike found yesterday in hooking or pulling. If that ball keeps low.
108 for 4. Goldsworthy 35.
Yeah, indeed. Brooks past the umpire, he bowls, and this is full, and he goes for the drive. There's that little bit of width. Oh, it's a fascinating game. Oh, it is. It's a fascinating game, though, this, isn't it? Look, all of a sudden, a little bit of width, and he throws the kitchen sink at it, eyeing that cover boundary.
The Leicestershire lead has passed 200, though.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't understand why he's got 2 men out for the, for the skied hook, or that would indicate that he's going to bowl short and try and get a wicket that way, when really you just need to plug away on that off stump.
And he comes, bowls, plugs away on the off stump. It's left alone just outside off. I think it's twofold. I think, one, he's run saving there. If he's at square leg or mid wicket and the ball's past him, it's 4. So where he is, just in front of deep square, they're basically saying, fine, you can, if you score off the stumps, which is what batters in most professional circumstances aim to do. If the balls are on the stumps, you score off the stumps. All right, you're not scoring perhaps off the top of off stump, but the rest of it. That's why bowlers will bowl a channel just outside of. But Middlesex are going to bowl at the stumps here, which does open up run scoring possibilities through that onside. As Goldsworthy on 35.08, and Brooks is in and bowls at the stumps, and there's that steer backward a square on the leg side for a single down to long leg. Now, obviously, that was a little bit too straight. He was able to get in behind it and steer it away. But yeah, it's just that margin for error is not there, is it? When you're all of a sudden the channel of the corridor of uncertainty here is not the 5th stump. It's often middle, which means the bowlers have got very little room for error. So I'd suspect that's why the deep square is there. It also puts in the mind that a bowler of Brooks's pace and height, that you can't just sit on the front foot to him, because he might drop on short every now and again. And that was how they bumped the first wicket out of the innings, indeed. Roland Jones to Budinger. Here's Brooks in again, 2 straight down the leg side it goes. And 109 for 4.
Middle and off can't be a corridor, though.
Well, the door's shut. You're trying to blast the door open at the end of the corridor.
Corridor uncertainty. There's a degree of certainty there, is that you're going to crash into the furniture. 109 for 4.
Brooks. He's past the umpire now. He bowls, and all that swings. Forward defence from Swindles. He's in position early, though, to play it. Felt as though it swung out of the hand, that one.
Yeah, that's right. It looked to swing very early, didn't it? And met with a forward defensive shot.
You still going out swinging every now and again, DT? Or have you put your bat away?
No, it's golf clubs as far as swinging goes these days. I was
Is it really? I never knew you played golf.
due to be having a game with good old mate of mine, Derek McGowan, up in Liverpool today. But sadly, the old boy's struggling a bit with his. Well, I say old boy, he's younger than me, but he's still an old boy.
And how do you feel about that, DT?
I've no problem getting older, Kev. No problem.
Bamber bowls, and this is driven down the ground. Lovely shot, over pitch by Bamber. And that just meant that Goldsworthy was able to lean forward into it and drive the half volley straight back past the bowler and straight of mid-off. He moves to 40.
I'd have thought these conditions would really have suited Bamber, but the pitch seems to have just been either the bowling's not been quite as good, or the pitch has stopped misbehaving a little bit. One or two keeping low in the last half hour or so.
Well, I mean, that was a juicy half volley, wasn't it?
Yeah. I thought this sort of pitch would suit Bamber.
Off he goes, bowls, and that one's nice. That's where he's got to leave it. They drop us a quick single off the top of off stump. That's well batted and well run. Goldsworthy moves to 41. I mean, there's the game, that last delivery. And that's why the bowlers, again with the fielders set back as well, all right, the bowler's going to overpitch and go a little bit too full, isn't he? And you get driven down the ground. You're not going to see many driven through the covers though, are you? Because of the movement and also the bounce. One, the swing, but two, the bounce up and down. A bit of extra bounce and you're edging it through to second. Deploy put down that chance this morning. It wasn't costly though because it was Hill and he fell in the next over. But they need Goldsworthy, who scored 41 on his first class debut against Middlesex in the second innings to win the match for Somerset by 4 wickets against Finn, Mercer and Helm as his Bamber in bowls outside the off stump. And through it goes. Goldsworthy. Swindles, my apologies. They took the single, didn't they? Goldsworthy dropping the one into the onside. Swindles on 8. But Ben Mike took 5 for, and he and Bamber are pretty similar, I'd say, in stature and style. So a 5 for Mike. Middlesex will hope that Bamber can blast through in a similar way. Mike's just got a little bit more pace, a little bit more aggression. Bamber, usually Mr. Reliable, isn't he, on the top of off stump, and that's where they want him to stay. Deploy's been up to have a long chat with Roland Jones at mid-off again. Back he comes into second slip. And here goes Bamber now, past the umpire. He bowls and, oh, look at that, a little punch on the back foot from Swindles. Through it goes to the keeper. And there we go. We've talked about the odd one keeping low. That was good pace and bounce, wasn't it? Carry through to Davies.
Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce there.
Good game, good game.
It is, but
Leicestershire a long way ahead, aren't they?
207 runs and still 6 wickets in the hutch.
There have been some remarkable chases between these two sides here in recent years, but the odds are heavily stacked against Middlesex in this one. As Bamber moves in, he bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump. Comes back in, and he's seen pretty much the best of Bamber in this over, really, haven't we? He's done everything right bar one delivery that was driven down the ground.
Yeah, overpitched that first ball, and
you can't afford it in this match situation is the issue.
When he came on, his first 3 deliveries went for 10 runs, and you say you just got to keep it as tight as you can. You mentioned the threesome there of Finn, Merter and Helm. I know what 2 of them are doing. Where's Mertz?
Here goes Bamber. He's in bowls, and this is run away to Gully by Swindles. End of the over, 114 for 4. Swindles 8, Goldsworthy will have strike on 41.
Merter is bowling, doing some bowling coaching.
Bowling coach at Middlesex, yeah.
I thought he was. I haven't seen him.
He'll be tuned in now, I'm sure. Drop us a message, Mertz.
Around. Yeah,
he probably won't want to encourage us.
I mentioned this. There was an article in one of the papers today.
Oh dear. Have his lawyers been on the case?
No. It was saying that it's become very trendy for celebrities to own pubs. And I think Jeremy Clarkson's just bought one recently.
Yeah.
And a couple of others were mentioned, but no mention of Merter
and.
Well, I just.
No, and you know who he owns the pub with, don't you? Here's Brooks in brighter sky over Grace Road at the moment as he bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Goldsworthy. Fielded at cover, no run.
No.
Angus Fraser.
Ah.
Fraser and Mercer, yeah.
Okay.
They'd have been a good bowling lineup, wouldn't they? Fraser and Mercer.
They would, yeah. You'd want somebody a bit quicker in the attack as well. But
Morning, Gus. Morning, Mertz. Have you tuned in? Gat was here on the first day. Don't know if he's here today.
we shall find out at lunchtime.
Brooks is in bowls. And this is eased into the offside. There's no run. And the bowler goes over to pick it up off his own bowling. Yes. What else have we seen in this match wandering around? Jason Swift is the match referee for this one. Our mate Dizzy Gillespie's old mate. Well, he's still his mate, I think.
His batting coach, wasn't he?
He was down at Sussex.
Where's he?
He sat directly opposite us. You can see that bright white shirt of his, and he'll be tuned in as well. Give us a wave, Swifty.
No,
Try to use all your fingers when you're waving at DT.
He's got his head down.
Here's Brooks bowls full and driven. A good stop at mid-on. Had to watch that one as it was coming towards him to Carey's. Watch it closely because of the bounce. It was bumped down to the mid-on fielder, and going across to it wasn't the problem. It was just going to be where's that ball going to, what height is it going to be as it passes? There you go. There's the wave. Good man.
Got a wave from him. Well done.
Yeah, good man.
I'd have to pop round and say hello before I go.
Well, he'll be coming over for lunch as well.
Oh, true.
Downstairs.
True
Well, he sat with the important people, the officials. Well, he's one of the officials, isn't he? So here's Goldsworthy pushing back to mid-on off the back foot. He's the most important official. He's the match referee. He's running the show.
Excellent. And his old mucker is now the
Pakistan Test coach.
Yeah, it is, which is good news.
We should call him, see if there are any commentators out there, DT.
Well, Ireland are playing at least one Test match, probably two, out there in the near future. So, be a nice little trip.
Brooks in bowls and again up there swinging, and forward goes Goldsworthy, driving wide mid off for a single on 15 for 4.
Amazing how these years pass. I haven't been there since probably for about nearly 40 years.
40 years since you
there was that, mate. That's how the time goes. It's not quite 40 years, 37 years. And that's how long it is since the famous Gatting finger wagging incident with Shakarana, 1987, and the World Cup that preceded that, which was in Pakistan and India.
Brooks bowls a forward defence from Swindles. End of the over, he has 8, Goldsworthy 42, 115 for 4.
Really enjoyed my time in Pakistan, my little trip over there. We look forward to going back to it.
It's all the years that Gat was Middlesex captain and you were Middlesex coach. Did you ever have Gat wagging his finger at you?
Middlesex coach.
A Middlesex commentator. All the years that he was Middlesex captain, you were Middlesex commentator. Did you ever have Gat wagging his finger at you at the end of day's play?
Well, once or twice, but he was always wrong. Still around somewhere, Gat.
Saw Embers a few weeks ago. John Embry, Middlesex coach when I first took this job. He's going well, Embers.
He's still playing a bit of cricket as well.
I don't doubt it. Don't doubt it. Change of bowling at the Bennett end. It's going to be Josh de Carey's into the attack, replacing Ethan Bamber. So, I mean, I assume that was the conversation between Deploy and Roland Jones an over or so back. We're going to have a little look at spin here and see what it does.
We had, I ran into Embers last year, and he did a little.
I'm not sure who to come off worse there.
He was full of his chat as usual, and we had a bit of a dinner and a question and answer session with Lord Botham, as he is now, and Jason Gillespie, who I'd been chauffeuring around the country. And it was a very enjoyable evening. And Embers was a very good, good host and asking the questions and various things. He's very good at that.
De Carey's is around the wickets, begins Goldsworthy, who backs up and turns the ball to square leg, no run. 115 for 4. Wasn't Gat at that table with you as well? Wasn't it Embers and Gat? I saw a picture of you.
No, it was just
Embers.
Just Embers, and he was up on the stage a bit.
De Carey's bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside. 15 for 4.
Yeah, and he introduced Ian Botham as Ian Botham, 102 tests, only 10 of them positive.
De Carey's bowls, and this is run away to backward point by Goldsworthy on 43 now as he takes a single deep point coming up to collect.
Which he did admit wasn't his own line. He didn't say who he'd
pitched it from.
But it sort of certainly broke the ice there.
Yeah, good man. But it's my first Middlesex coach. Ben Hutton was the captain when I first took this job. Here's to Carey's, he bowls and forward goes. Swindle's looking to push at this one. Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. There's no run. 116 for 4. You said you don't mind getting old, DT, but casting our minds back, I remember those early years of you and I together. You used to sit there then and muse, oh, I've lived too long, Kev.
Well,
here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball's tickled to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And most of the listeners agreed. So.
Yes. Oh, it's a difficult choice today, Richard.
What's this? Is this a lunch menu?
It is. Forward goes. Swindle's pushing away, and it's dabbed down to deep third, and they're going to pick up 2. Swindle's moves to 10. 118 for 4. Brooks hands his sweater over to the umpire. Oh, listen. It's a Jaguar. Listen for the licence plate. Is that you, DT? Oh.
Who wants to talk to him?
The stewards want to talk to you. That sounded rather... who's driving a Jag down to the championship game?
I don't know, that's probably what the stewards want to ask.
Brooks has 2 slips in the gully, he's in, bowls, and this is pushed to mid-on by Goldsworthy. He's on the spot there. The mid-on is to Carey. He just finished that over a few moments ago.
I'll tell you who else turned up to that dinner with both of them. He wasn't actually at the dinner, but he was hovering around like an enthusiastic schoolboy. It was Phil Mitchell off EastEnders.
Oh.
I think his name's Paul. Is it Paul McFadden? Something like that.
Yeah.
The actor.
Yeah. Brooks in bowls and on the back foot. Goldsworthy rocks back and he drops a single into the onside. He's playing this so well. 44 from 51.
And it was interesting to see because he was sort of in awe of Ian Botham. And I thought to myself, well, if you showed, like they do on the quiz shows, if you showed 100 people pictures of Botham and Phil Mitchell, most of them more would know him than would know Botham. But he's got a bat he wanted signing. It's all. He got some very good signatures on there.
Did he get yours, DT? Brooks is in, bowls, and this is cut away through the covers. Goodness me, gave that some treatment, didn't he? Rocked back and across and cut it in front of cover for 4. Swindles moves to 14. 1, 2, 3 for 4.
Oh, we know what happens now, don't we?
A wicket.
Oh, always happens on 1, 2, 3 for 4.
Yeah. Did you know on that note, though, just very quickly, Nelson, there are more wickets taken on 110 and 112 than there are on 111. Maybe it's because the batters are focused at that point.
Could be, couldn't it?
Yeah.
But Phil, he's collecting these autographs. He got Braley on there, Willis on there. I said, "Don't mind me asking, what's it?" He said, "Ashes winners." He said, he wanted Embry in both of them. I said, "Well, it's Jason Gillespie down there. English Ashes winners."
Here's Brooksy bowls outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. 1, 2, 3 for 4. It remains.
He got a very old one. I think he's the oldest living Ashes winner. Mike Smith, MJK Smith of Warwickshire, who played back in the 60s, and I think he's still around. Ray Illingworth, of course, is no longer with us at that stage.
Brooks to Swindles, block hole delivery, dug out. Swindles just watchful of that one, pushing it back to mid-off. 2 to come with the over. What are they going to have a chat about? Just working on the ball, mid-off and cover. It's Roland Jones and Stoneman, another of the senior lieutenants. The skipper to listen to.
Stoneman's probably saying flattened out now, Skip. I reckon we can chase 400 on this.
Brooks.
Geordie accent, mind.
Brooks is in, bowls. And that's full and swinging again and watchfully pushed back by Swindles. And I mean, there again is another element of the match. We saw a very similar delivery to that from Bamba, which was driven straight back down the ground, but it wasn't swinging. That one with the swing, Swindles was watchful and just dabbed it back, even though it was a half volley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Swindles 14, Goldsworthy 44. They are putting Middlesex under the cosh here. Lewis Ploy's coming off. He put down a catch earlier, didn't he? It looked as though he hurt his hand, but he stayed on ever since. Maybe it's just a comfort break at the moment. But it wasn't costly, because Hill followed the very next over. Here's to Carey's with Robson at slip. Usually it's Deploy at slip for the spinner. Who ran on there? Nathan Fernandez has crept on at cover from somewhere. It's Carey's. Bowls, forward goes. Goldsworthy, no run. So they're scoring at 4 and over. 123 for 4 from 30 overs. It's a lick. Middlesex were nowhere near. They were below 3 throughout their innings. This is De Carey's bowls, backing away. Goldsworthy punches to cover. No run. Another one who likes playing against Middlesex, Goldsworthy. Really did a serious amount of damage to them in that game in 2021. Doing it again here. De Carey's bowls. This is pushed to a straight mid-wicket, Ryan Higgins.
They do seem to be producing some great young cricketers, don't they, Dan?
Somerset.
Somerset.
Yeah. Yep. De Carey's bowls and forward goes. Goldsworthy pushing back, another dot ball.
And of course they can't all stay there. So
a bit like Middlesex. I mean, how many times did we go through the 11 that were playing elsewhere from Middlesex? Chris Wright was here at Leicestershire, wasn't he, after Essex and Warwickshire having left Middlesex. Bit of flight on this. It's swept up and over, backward square leg, and fine of Holden, who's he's just in front of the deep square, and it's 4 more. Goldsworthy moves to 48, 127 for 4. The lead is 220.
Well done.
Thank you. I think I ventured to the point to Richard this morning. I don't think Middlesex will fancy much more than 220 on this. I think that starts to get to the limit where, unless the pitch changes dramatically, 220 plus is an awful lot of runs. As forward goes Goldsworthy, pushing back up the track. But he, though, is showing the way, isn't he? 48 from 56, and that's what Middlesex 57 now, indeed, because that's the end of the over. 127 for 4. Richard, have we got one more over, or do you need to be back in for the 12:30 update, or is it only top of the hour? Top of the hour. You got one more, DT, and you can go and have a lie down.
Just
28 minutes past, it's just ticked over to.
Always happy to help out, Kev, because it's a tough old job, 2 of you sitting here all day, nattering away. And back in the day, of course, it was just the one of you, wasn't there?
There was. And then you turned up and helped me, DT.
Well,
supposedly.
Caused a bit of mayhem. Saw off that bloke Chris from Cootamundra or wherever he was that used to send you in the emails every.
On this day.
On this day.
Forgotten about him. The emails. 20 years ago now, DT, that.
Is it?
20 seasons. It's my 20th season. Time's got to get a proper job soon, isn't it? Here's Bamba. Change of ends for Ethan Bamba as he comes on to replace Brooks, and he goes straight through. Swindles.
I think he might.
Inside edge, do you reckon? Davies low to his left, got a glove to it, in which case you have to be crediting the keeper to say stop that.
Well, he didn't catch it, did he?
No, but he's going one way and the ball comes back, beats the inside edge, may have taken it.
Well,
Through it goes. You can see it on the replay there next to you. Richard might have got a glimpse of it. Did you have an instinct of whether...
Well, it's moved a ridiculous amount if he didn't get an edge on it.
Bamba bowls. This is punched to deep backward point for a single. Holden down there. Well, sometimes when a ball keeps low, I mean, kept a fraction low and came back in, didn't it? That one. Whether it took the inside edge, as you say. Could often swing when it passes the bat as well, doesn't it? That's Davies going off to his left away from the slips where he was first headed towards as Bamber bowls outside the off stump. That dies through to Davies. Are they hitting the stumps enough at the moment, Middlesex? Or hitting the line of the stumps enough?
They're obviously not hitting the stumps enough.
No.
But I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's the line, really, isn't it? If the ball just comes back a little bit, the batter's in trouble, and got to play at it.
Bamber past the umpire, he bowls, and that's a good length ball, and it's on the stumps, and there's the single turned out to deep mid-wicket. And again, this is the game, isn't it? I mean, do you bring up the mid-wicket and say, right, there's no single there, but what's more costly, 4 singles taken like that, or the risk of a couple of boundaries being whipped off the legs when the bowlers are trying to bowl at the stumps?
Aren't they trying to bowl at the stumps? I mean, they should be trying to bowl it, well, off stump, I suppose.
Yeah,
they should.
But that's the thing, it's the margin of error, isn't it? Where you'd usually bowl a 4th, 5th stump line. Corridor of uncertainty is just outside off stump, isn't it? Here's Bamber. He's in bowls, and there you go, just outside off. But again, you know, it's a case of you're waiting for one to deviate, then, aren't you? It's not a pitch really where, you know, if it's swinging out of the hand, they have been able to get in line a bit. We have seen a lot of wickets and a lot of bowls and LBW in this game. And that's what Middlesex are really kind of hedging their bets on a little way. You'd perhaps hold a 5th stump line and think, oh, they'll fish at one soon, but you're equally wary that they're going to get runs out there. They don't want to score runs off the stumps. There's Bamber's in, bowls, and a forward defence from Swindles. 1-2-9 for 4. That's the end of the over. 7 done. End of you for a while, DT. Gonna have a lie down.
I'll go and attend to some paperwork.
Good man. 120.
I suppose we don't call it paperwork anymore.
What is it now?
Emails and
emails,
sort of things,
electronic work.
Electronic work, yeah.
E-work. They were in Star Wars, weren't they? 129 for 4. That one's gone over, DT said. Goldsworthy 49, Swindles 15. And 32 overs bowled. And De Carey's will continue from the pavilion end, and Richard Ray sits back down alongside. We had a little break there, Richard.
You've done a very good job.
Nice, wasn't it?
No wickets have fallen.
Yes. Were you tempted to lock the commentary room door and leave us here?
Yes, I didn't want to make the change.
Yeah.
Having to do so, De Carey's then is in from the Bennett end round the wicket to Lewis Goldsworthy, who drives, and that's the single he needs for his 50. The first half-century of the game. A really, really fine effort from the Somerset man on loan here at Leicestershire, and that was a really hard-working 50, and probably worth more in the context of the game. The pitch may be beginning to flatten a little bit, but even so, 50 off 60 in this context. Great effort from Lewis Goldsworthy. 130 for 4. Lead ticking up. You reckon 220 was the limit, but I don't know. I think I can see as De Carey's is in, pushed back to him on the walk by Swindles. If the pitch is beginning just to lose some of its of the few demons that it's had, you know, Middlesex are a fine batting side, and
well, that's the thing. The talent, the batting genuinely goes all the way down for Middlesex.
Remember they chased 380 a few years ago on this ground. That one stays a bit low. It nurdled on the back foot by Swindles out towards gully.
Were you and I together for that one? I'm just trying to remember. There was the James Harris hit the winning runs, didn't he? Hilton Cartwright. He was bowled and the ball thumped
got
into
100,
it.
didn't he?
Do you remember the ball thumping into the stumps? I remember somebody commenting they'd never seen a ball hit the stump so hard without a bail being removed. Cartwright went on and he got big score.
Yes, indeed. De Carey's is in, gives it some air. Swindles forward, just works it back down the pitch on the offside.
We were musing over that overnight with David Kendicks, who we were telling you about, the Middlesex treasurer who wrote the World Test Championship and various other rules and regs.
De Carey's is in, on driven pleasantly on the back foot by Swindles, punched out too long on. Doesn't look to be any turn at the moment for De Carey's. Goldsworthy kindly picks up the ball after it's not taken cleanly by Davies, who turns and looks resentfully at the thrower, but I'm not sure it was the thrower's fault.
Yeah, there's been some fine battles, hasn't there? Then there was the Harris and Ackerman chase by Leicestershire here. Max Harris and Ackerman, they racked up the runs.
In goes to carry his bowls. Marcus Harris with that.
Marcus Harris.
Trying to remember that one.
Oh, that was another one. We were scrambling for record run. In fact, so let me find my notepad because it's in here. It was only a couple of years back. They were. It was when we were scrambling for the record run chase by Leicestershire at Grace Road. Oh, it's in my other bag. It's in the back of the car. I'll go and get it.
All the
at lunch.
wisdoms are there.
Oh well, there's that as well.
Should you?
But we were going through. I can't remember if that one did in the end sit as the record run chase for Leicester, or top 5 or something like that at Grace Road. Yeah, that was Harris and Ackerman. There was another as well. There was a third fine run chase between these two.
Partnership is now 68. Swindles has got 16 of them. Middlesex need a breakthrough before lunch.
Bamba has 2 slips and a gully. He's in bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. 1-3-1 for 4. Well, there was a point, wasn't there? I mean, probably at the start of this partnership, really, but even just before it, we were musing that this game could well be over today, and it still might. But Middlesex are giving. Well, Middlesex are going to have to do some fine work if they're to win it today. I saw one of the chaps on the gate on the way and said, well, if we're here on day 3, I reckon Leicestershire are winning this. If I'm saying goodbye to you tonight, there's a good chance Middlesex might have won it. There's Banbury's in bowls, and this is bumped back. 131 for 3, and the theory behind that being obviously that if we're still here tomorrow, Leicestershire have racked up some serious runs, which they're doing at the moment. They're on the way to surpassing their own first inning score, 179. They're past that position actually in the first innings when first you and I were thinking, oh goodness me, 180 would be a good score right now. They got 179. They're 131 for 4. They were in the 120s in the first innings when it looked as though the end was nigh. Bamba from the pavilion end, a little lean forward and then into an upright approach as he bowls, and that's edged and through second slip. No ball called as well. I fancy that carried.
I think it carried as well, so it's as well perhaps it was a no ball. Deploy low to his right.
I mean, I don't know how that feels. It was a no ball and a drop, so let's look at the replay. I think it did carry, but yeah, I think it did. Yeah, I think it did.
Might just have done.
A third slip would have rolled to his left and taken it for sure. I think it just carried to second deploy, rolling to his right. It would have been a fabulous catch, but it also would have been not out because it was a no ball. So a drop off a no ball. How many times have we seen that? I can't think of too many. Middlesex have got to put that behind them very quickly as his Banbury's in bowls and left alone. That's a good response by Bamber. You could well have imagined that next ball being driven for 4, couldn't you? A drop off a no ball.
I'm going to put chance question mark. Write down chances, but I'm not, having seen the replay, I'm not quite sure it just about on the half volley. I'll ask during the lunch interval.
I'm going to put my coat on for the first time today.
Yes, it's got a bit chillier.
Yeah, that doesn't mean rain's on the way. There's a threat, isn't there? As I think one of your bulletins told as recently as his. Banbury's in, he bowls outside off stump. That's left alone through to the keeper once more. Another dot ball, 135 for 4. Yeah, that first innings is casting my mind back. 126 was the figure in my mind. And a wicket may not have fallen on that point. It did. It was 126 for 8. But I remember 126 being, well, this could be over by 130 all out. But from 126 for 8 to 179, and how crucial those runs are right now. Which has also taken a little bit of pressure off this innings because Leicester started with a 93 run advantage. As Bamber's in, bowls, and that's nice. Full swinging, watchfully driven to mid-on by Swindles. Didn't go fully through with it again because of that swing. It was a similar ball. Goldsworthy drove down the ground for 4 off Bamber, which just seemed to sit nicely into a half-volley slot to drive. That one, though, was swinging, and Swindles was more wary at going powerfully at it. So what direction the wind is blowing in this one with the Bamber's getting a little bit more swing from this end. Maybe it's just easier for us to see because he's right arm over and that's an angle, which makes it easier for us. That bounces through to the keeper. Goodness me, look at where that was taken by Davies. And even Swindles look back at the bowler as if to say, where did that come from? And where we've had 1 or 2 just creep through and bobble through in front of the keeper. That one really got up and taken around the shoulder by the keeper. 135 for 4. Swindles 18, Goldsworthy 50. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, the BBC Sport website and app. Myself, Kevin Hand, and Richard Ray.
I don't think Higgins is bowled enough this morning. I wonder if he's okay. Looks all right out there. He's, he hasn't come in. He's doing some stretching now, isn't he? But this partnership comfortably by a long margin, big margin, the biggest of the game now, 72. Have they put these two under enough pressure? The consensus from Leicestershire watchers is that did carry off that no ball. So, it was a no ball anyway, so it wasn't a chance, I suppose. So irrelevant, but I wasn't quite sure it had carried. De Caires is going to continue round the wicket to Goldsworthy, who's forward, leaning, pushing the ball back up the pitch to De Caires. Higgins is definitely going to be coming on shortly. I wonder if it'll be a sort of double change, because Roland Jones is doing some stretching as well, sensing the need for another breakthrough before lunch. De Caires lobs one up. Forward goes Goldsworthy, sees that cover has a lot of ground to make up to the ball, and the swift Swindles responds. Duploy gets to the ball, but one is taken. Goldsworthy on to 51. 136 for 4. De Caires is in. Swindles taking his hand off the bat as he drives that one out into the offside. Duploy sort of reached for it down low to his left, didn't quite get there, and the sweeper on the offside has to run across. Holman to field. Swindles picks up a couple, moves on to 20. It's been a hard-working innings, a slightly patchy one, but a very, very valuable one from Harry Swindles. He's hung around, he's kept Goldsworthy company, and he's put on 75 for the 5th wicket so far. Backward square has gone out as Swindles turns it out to mid-wicket. Backward square runs across to mid-wicket. Holden, that is, out there. And Swindles picks up a couple, beginning, whisper it, to look reasonably comfortable out there. It's a different game against De Caires, obviously, than it is against Higgins or Roland Jones.
Oh, the pressure's come off as well, hasn't it?
Completely. And he steps and bowls. Back goes Swindles, almost let the bat hits the ball just outside off stump, then asks the umpire, Ian Blackwell, how many balls to go in the over? 2, says umpire Blackwell. 140 for 4. Lead 2-3-3 as again De Caires tosses one up, and again there's no real turn, and by no real turn I mean no turn. Necessary qualification, really. There's confirmation of the Goldsworthy 50, as you were told by ourselves at the time. 60 balls and 8 fours. I'm going to get through to lunch without rain thereafter. Not entirely sure. It's a bit broken away to the west. Weather continues to come from in this game.
Might have to cancel that round of golf on Wednesday, Rich.
If they suggested, didn't they, on the update, that it would blow through if it came.
Middlesex hoping they can blow through here. Toby Roland Jones is back on to replace Ethan Bamber. Was that a 1-over spell for Bamber? Did he manage a second? He came on to replace Brooks, didn't he? But he's gone off as quickly as he came on. 2 slips and a gully, and Roland Jones runs in. He bowls to Goldsworthy. It's full, it's wide, it's outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Through to Davies. Resisted. Higgins is warming up at gully. Your wish is Roland Jones's command. Deep backward point. I'm not sure how much of a wish it was, because he might come on and unsettle things here. Where they're coming in from the northeast, northwest.
Northwest-ish, just a little bit possibly, but not much, if any.
Roland Jones in now. He bowls, and outside the off stump that bounces, and it's through to the keeper. Left alone again by Goldsworthy. Watchful. Returning Middlesex captain. Deep square, long leg, deep backward point. 2 slips, gully, and the 3 on the single being cover mid-off and mid-on. Mid-on continuing to warm himself up, but maybe warm himself down to carries, because Higgins certainly looks as though he's imminent for this attack. There's only 15 minutes until lunch as Roland Jones comes in and he bowls, and Goldsworthy gets in behind this one. Roland Jones must have been injured for that match down at Taunton. Goldsworthy saw off Finn and Helm. Goldsworthy's stature as well, as a young man as he was at that time, a teenager, facing Finn 3 years ago now, so Finn would have only just been into his 30s at that point, so he was still not far off his peak. Helm and Merter. But, you know, the stature of Finn and Helm in particular, and young Goldsworthy stood between those pair of giants at either end for Middlesex, trying desperately to win the match as Roland Jones comes in, bowls, and Goldsworthy this time goes after the ball outside off stump. He gets a thick inside edge on his attempted cover drive, and it ricochets back off the front pad. No run. Just trickled away, didn't it? Back up the stumps. Back up the pitch. Didn't quite catch that. Something like something one, a good one before lunch here.
Sounded like, yeah, no. It's usually 5 and 6, isn't it?
Josh to carries. Was the fielder at mid-on, as here comes Roland Jones, and he's driven through the covers this time by Goldsworthy. Uttered before, Bamber's giving a hearty chase, but it pops over the boundary rope and nestles then a good 10 yards or so back into the covers away to our left-hand side down below, is where John the cameraman, the snapper is down below. John Mallet?
Correct.
Yeah. He's taken some fine pictures in recent years. Good one down at Bristol last season.
He was in the right place at the right time last week.
Oh yes, he was telling me. Remind me what that was. Here's Roland Jones in bowls, and this is dabbed to backward point by Goldsworthy. 144 for 4. He told me something on the first morning.
Well, for the Kimber assault on Robinson.
Yeah. What was it?
Interested every national newspaper.
Oh, did he? Drinks on John that night. Was that the snapper's equivalent of a Firefoot? Did he have to get the jug that night?
Certainly was in demand. His splendid pictures. End of the over then. Partnership up to 81, 144 for 4. So 244 minus 7, 237 the lead. Still with those 6 second innings wickets intact. They're getting themselves into a decent position here, Leicestershire. If they go to lunch with just those 4 wickets down, having lost just the 3 wickets, in the first almost half an hour of play, well, they'll be very, very satisfied indeed. Higgins going to try and do something about that, coming back into the attack. 1 for 30 so far in the second innings, having picked up 4 wickets in the first. Now, that's better. He's brought his mid-wicket in off the boundary to conventional. So it's a better run-saving field, this, for me. Higgins is in to Swindles, who's driving, not quite at the pitch of the ball. Rather works it out to Roland Jones at mid-off. Deploying a second slip. Hands on his head. Sam Robson, as ever, at first. A little bit quieter in the field now. Middlesex, as Higgins is in and bowls outside off stump, goes for the cut. I think he hit over the ball there. Swindles taken nicely by Davies, standing up to the stumps to Higgins now.
Oh, thundering along. Thought they're thundering off for their lunch. They're coming back.
Yeah, there's a sort of curious metal flooring to the terrace alongside us, which echoes slightly when grating, really, when people are walking on it. Higgins is in and bowls and beats the outside edge of Swindle's bat as he leant forward there. A little outswinger. Swindle just leant forward and the ball slid past the outside edge. Darkish now. If it's like this after lunch, they'll switch the floodlights on, I would imagine. Not bothering at the moment. 11 minutes until lunch. Higgins is in and bowls outside off stump, and this time Swindles leaves, doesn't try to cut or defend. It was that little bit wider. As it goes through into the gloves of Davies. Neat keeper.
Yeah.
So much of him. Obviously, I think first time we saw him was at Lord's.
Well, it's, you say, isn't it? If you don't mention the keeper, they're doing a good job.
Higgins is in, bowls, outside off stump. Of course, then he immediately shells one. He was just stopping it, really. It was allowed to go through by Swindles and stayed a touch low. Stood up a bit too soon, perhaps. Hit the bottom of his gloves. He's taken his right glove off now. Might just have stung low there.
Yeah, it does look so. He's not wholly happy there. Stood up, so the stump's still though, isn't he?
Higgins is in and bowling outside off stump this time. Davies takes cleanly, so the last 3 balls of the over. Swindles did not have to play it, or didn't play a shot at, having missed balls 2 and 3 for different reasons. 144 for 4 at the end of the over. Higgins, a maiden to his name. Swindles 22. Goldsworthy hasn't seen much of the strike in recent overs. Is 55. 3 overs till lunch, I would imagine.
It's a fair bit of symmetry on that board, isn't there? 55 Goldsworthy, 22 Swindles, 144 for 4. Leicestershire. As Roland Jones moves away from us. Right arm over, he bowls, and it's just full of length and pushed back by Goldsworthy, watchfully on a front foot drive from the young right-hander. Deep square, long leg, deep backward point. Oh, even with the jacket on, it's got a bit chilly again, hasn't it? It's just,
we'll put the heater on during
breeze has picked up.
Lunch interval. I'm slightly loath to do it in case it
yes,
fuses everything.
Yeah.
It triggers the
don't worry.
switch again.
Burn a few calories before the interval. Warming up. Here's Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, and this is cut away through the covers once more by Goldsworthy. And that's the thing of his stature, and this reminds me of that match down at Taunton, where diminutive in stature as he is, all of a sudden, you know, a length ball just short of becomes a juicy cut shot if it's offered with a little bit of width, as that one was.
Some of his timing today has been beautiful. There was a clip away through the leg side, and that as well. It didn't look as though he was trying to hit it too hard, but right out of the middle.
How have you rated him, Goldsworthy? I mean, this is obviously a fabulous knock, isn't it? As Roland Jones comes in and bowls outside of the off stump, it's left alone, but in general?
We haven't really seen that much of him. I think it's difficult to tell. I think he's bowled really nicely in T20. You do need a left arm spinner, and he's been very hard to get away. They collared him a couple of times, but essentially he's been Leicestershire's best bowler in the T20, which is why he was brought in.
Really?
Not as a batsman. He was,
wow.
He was brought in as a left arm spinner for T20.
Wow. I don't think I've seen him spin it yet.
Illness and injury and absences for various reasons mean they've given him a chance in the 2 first-class games.
That's nicely played off the back foot by Goldsworthy. Pushes it straight to Stoneman now at cover.
He just bowled a few overs at Hove and didn't really sort of get much of a chance to impress on that occasion, but they pushed him up to 4. Didn't really work at Hove, but it's worked here, and yeah, he looks a very good cricketer.
Yep. Well, when he made those runs against Middlesex on first-class debut against that attack as well, you looked at him and thought, well, Somerset have found one here. Roland Jones in bowls, and he's back to this one, and it nearly creeps under the bat. Even Goldsworthy's crouching on the back foot to trap the bat down onto that. Maybe that works to his advantage slightly on this pitch, being a slightly shorter batter. If the pitch is up and down, it's for a taller batter. If a ball keeps low, it's even bigger trouble, isn't it? But for a more diminutive batter, it's perhaps a little bit easier to keep it out, as he did on that occasion. Off goes Roland Jones again. Bowls, and that's left alone just outside of the off stump by Goldsworthy. And well, that was always the way, wasn't it? You know, if you're tall, you're a bowler. If you're short, you're a batter. That centre to gravity, that lower down. But I mean, that's changed a lot, certainly with T20, isn't it? You need long levers, swing the ball down the ground or out of the ground. In this day and age, 148 for 4 is the score at the end of that over. Goldsworthy with 4 runs has moved on to 59 And Swindles remains on 22 over, not faced in the last over. The partnership's 85. Well, there we go, one more runs, and this partnership has matched Middlesex's first innings score.
Swindles checks his guard with umpire Blackwell, who raises a finger in approval, saying, yep, you're still on whatever it was he asked for in the first place. He's going to be facing Ryan Higgins, who's in from the Bennett end and bowls to him. He's forward on off stump, back up the pitch to Higgins it goes, and then Higgins immediately waves Davies back. Soon as that ball hit the middle of the bat, Higgins was waving at Davies, who takes off his helmet, tosses it to Sam Robson at first slip, and doffs instead his smart Middlesex cap and heads back to take his place alongside Messrs Robson and Duploy. Still that mid-wicket out on the boundary. Well, Swindles has shown not a propensity, but a readiness to take on the short ball. Hasn't bowled there, and he didn't load it there. Ryan Higgins fullish on off stump, and just blocked back to him by Swindles. It looks like these two's thoughts are very much on the lunch interval now, which is 4 minutes away, so I would imagine 10 deliveries. Higgins gets through his overs at a decent rate. Comes running in, bowls. And he does bowl the bouncer, but Swindles doesn't take it on, just ducks underneath it, lets it go through to Davies. Cool and grey conditions very much prevailing. Can see the lights on in the meet on the first floor of the meet.
I spotted that.
The,
is that like a carvery at the back there? Is it a warming?
Sort of canteen stroke carvery over there. Davies is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge, and Swindles was... Davies is in, beg your pardon, Higgins is in, and pushed it wide. A little bit shorter, and it drew Swindles into a poke at the ball. Could easily have edged that through to Davies. Lucky not to do so.
Yeah, I was looking across. It has that feel. I could be wrong, but it looks like as though if you went to a carvery, didn't you? It's all under the warm lamps, and you queue up along in front.
Higgins is in again. Bouncer ducks underneath it. Swindles, and then he's still cross with himself. I think about the previous delivery, the way he played at it, was drawn into pushing at it. He swats at the ground in annoyance.
As we near lunch, I did get a note yesterday evening from a few of the Middlesex folk on the way out, the staff and players. They looked longingly at the beef briskets that were being served downstairs. That wasn't the players' lunch, though. They had a different one, didn't they?
In goes Higgins, pushed back to him by Swindles, who retreats quickly back into his ground as Higgins picks up and threatens to throw the ball at the stumps. End of the over. 148 for 4 remains the score. 1 over to go until lunch.
Toby Rowland-Jones taking off his sweater, handing it to the umpire. I always struggled with that in the early days when I did this. Take off his jumper to hand it to the umpire. So I think it was on the days when I was on my own. It was a long day and you were trying to say handing your jumper to the umpire. It should trip me up. So it's always sweater to the umpire nowadays. He turns now. 2 slips and a gully. Deep point. Deep square. Long leg. And he's in past the umpire. Bowls full, swinging and driven to mid-off by Goldsworthy. Leans into that one. Bamber does the fielding. He's throwing it immediately to... Oh, Bamber. He's just thrown it to Stoneman at cover, and he's... It's pitched on the way to Stoneman, and Bamber's just put his hand over his face. He's face-palmed at himself for tossing the ball to the designated ball shiner. And the throw doesn't make it to him. Keep it up, lads. Here's Rowland-Jones, bowls. There's where he's got to stay, isn't it? That's just the spot there, isn't it? From the bowler's perspective at the moment, that's all you can do. Hang on that spot. Goldsworthy's back and across to it. We did see one keep a fraction low in the previous Rowland-Jones over, and he managed to trap the bat down on it to save himself. He's putting his side into a very strong position here. 148 for 4. Lead nudging towards 250. Roland Jones back on that spot. Oh, and a lovely little flick with the instep to Stoneman at cover.
Yeah, I think it was his sort of back of his heel. It was really neat, that little piece of footwork. So you were saying he's a keen football follower.
Yeah. Happy with England last night.
Don't think anybody was they, other than the result?
Well, that's what I mean. He was happy with England with the result. I mean, but as a former England international himself, he comes in and bowls short, and Goldsworthy pulls powerfully out to deep mid-wicket. The cry is catch, but it bounces comfortably short of Holman. A rare one that we've seen dug in actually for the catch. The fielder's been positioned. DT was asking me a bit, and I said, well, I feel it's twofold. They're bowling at the stumps, so he's protecting the clip either through square leg or an on-drive through mid-wicket for 4. And indeed, Holman comes up now to mid-wicket. This is for Swindles on 22. 2 balls to lunch as Roland Jones moves in. Bowls and pace off, looking for a bit of swing on that, a bit of shape, but Swindles in position early. Eases it into the onside. Does he finish with a quick one darted in towards off now? Have a look at, looks for the away swinger to try and beat the edge.
I'll do my maths now before the update.
The lead.
I don't have to do it on the hoof.
146?
It'd be very pleasant if they got to 150.
256. 246, I should say. Did I get? No, I'm not in here,
You're
am
wrong.
Here's Roland Jones. He's in. Bowls, and this is pushed back into the offside, courtesy of an inside edge. He was looking for the angled ball back in with that, wasn't he? Shall I have one more go? 242. No, wrong again.
No, you're
Swindles has 22, Goldsworthy has 60, and Leicestershire have 149 for 4, and they have a very good chance of inflicting Middlesex's first defeat of the season on them here, unless Middlesex can produce something brilliant with the ball to wrap this up, and then something quite sensational with the bat to win it.
Thank you, Kevin. You'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester, and then we'll be back with you in around about sort of 38 minutes time, weather permitting. Now it is dry here at the moment. There is a thick blanket of grey above us, but fingers crossed the rain will stay off. There'll be a moment or two's silence, and then I'll do the update. Players just leaving the field for lunch down here in Aylestone, and it's been Leicestershire's morning in the end, although they lost 3 quick wickets first thing, those of Rishi Patel, Scott Curry and the captain Lewis Hill. At that stage they were 63 for 4, leading by just 156, and they looked to be in trouble. But Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on loan at Leicester from Somerset, has really dug in and played a very fine knock indeed. He is 60 not out. Harry Swindles playing his first-class game of the season. In right here, FC Radio Leicester alongside Kevin and BC Radio of the of course, the background innings, each of 4 wickets in the first innings. Roland Jones has already picked up 3 in the second, Higgins 1, but it's going to be Henry Brooks who's going to open the bowling for Middlesex from the Bennett end. Will it swing more for him now the lights are on?
I don't think he's bowled from the Bennett end in this match, has he?
I don't think he has either, no. Well, the first innings came and went fairly quickly, didn't he?
Yeah.
He picked up 1 wicket in 9 overs in the first innings. But he's going to get a chance to stretch those long legs down the slope here at the Uptonsteel instead of hammering up it.
The funny thing was as well that for Bamber in particular, it was more noticeable there was more swing at this end for him. Here's Brooks, he's got 2 slips in a gully, bowls, oh my goodness me, left alone by Goldsworthy, the right-hander. He skips back and across, and what if there was a ball to start a session and get the chitter-chatter going as it has just in the field, that was it. That really felt as though it wasn't far from the off-stump at all, and Goldsworthy on the move, on the back foot, leaving it alone. It was very nearly undone by the first ball after lunch. 60 he has from 80 deliveries now, 149 for 4 Leicestershire. And Brooks moves in from the Bennett end again. Passes the umpire, he bowls, it's full and it's driven and it's crashed through the covers. Stoneman threw out a hand as if to say, that's gone. And gone it is. I wonder, was he half throwing out the hand, Stoneman, to say the only chance is for the sweeper on the boundary, but the sweeper on the boundary was at deep backward point, so he had no chance. 64 for Goldsworthy. 2 slips in the gully, crouching down again.
It's a fascinatingly poised game, really, if Leicestershire can add another 100.
Yes, I was going to say a good hour after lunch here for Leicestershire, as here comes Brooks, bowls outside the off stump, full and left alone on this occasion. I mean, you know, you talk about winning sessions, it almost feels as though win the next hour, Leicestershire. If they win it handsomely, goodness me.
246 the lead now.
And winning it would probably be 60 for 2 the hour, 50 for 2. Probably just say Middlesex needed a better hour than that. 50 for 2, he'd be 200 for 6 and be leading by 300. Here's a full ball from Brooks to Goldsworthy. It's dabbed to Stoneman at cover, and they have a single. It's just fine at the fielder, or thereabouts. The math of that. 154 for 4, but yeah, 6 down, leading by 300 would be a pretty useful hour ahead. I think if you were to offer that to Leicestershire now, they'd probably take it. Although it doesn't sound spectacular, but in the context of the match, and especially when Middlesex were blasted out for 86 in the first innings, and indeed Leicestershire were 126 for 8. Brooks, slow ball. Forward goes Swindles, pushing defensively to Bamber at mid-on, no run. I mean, it's all on really now. We're going to have an unlikely but incredible chase. It's already at that stage, isn't it, with a lead of 250.
Well, Leicestershire supporters will be not chewing their nails, but they won't take this for granted in any way, shape or form.
Oh, and they mustn't, no.
Yeah, Middlesex are a very capable batting side.
Brooks bowls outside the off stump, through it goes to the keeper. 154 for 4. Goldsworthy has 65. Swindles has 22.
And have chased down big targets on this ground before, so you never quite know. Roland Jones is going to take responsibility himself, the skipper. He's going to continue his bowling from the pavilion end, up the slope.
Up the hill and into the wind. Although it's not quite today, that's the southwest way in front of us, isn't it? But the wind was coming more from the northwest, was it not? Or the weather.
Yeah, the cloud is suggesting it's coming from our right.
It's the fox's nose pointing towards. Is that where the weather comes from?
Oh, on the weather vane.
Yeah.
It is indeed. His tail is where it comes from. In goes Roland Jones and bowls to Goldsworthy, who defends on the back foot, so it pushes the fox
in the direction of the wind. Yeah.
So he's pointing.
So it's coming from the north, yeah.
He's pointing to the sort of
southwest almost.
Southeast is that way.
Oh, I've got my thing right. I thought he was pointing. I thought he was pointing that way. He's pointing this way. Yeah.
So he's It's a little bit difficult to tell with silhouettes sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly which way they're facing, but it looks like he's sort of pointing roughly to the sort of southeast as in goes Roland Jones and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of away swing, but again, not much bounce at all and allowed to go through by Goldsworthy.
Old Father Time has his back to the wind, so where you'd look at it, you'd almost think, because the arrow, you'd almost think, well, this. Sorry, no, I've got
so
that
which
wrong
bit
way.
of him is yeah?
Forgive me, I've said that wrong. If you were to look at Old Father Time with the scythe over his back and he's pulling up the bales, there's an arrow that points out in front of him there.
In goes Roland Jones and bowls, neatly turned off his legs towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket, so Goldsworthy can jog a single and does. Moves on to 66.
So my apologies, I said he had the wind at his back. Actually, that arrow, which Old Father Time's nose is facing, and he's got the stumps in between the arrow and the nose of Father Time, that's indeed where the weather is coming from. So it points to where the weather is coming from rather than...
Okay.
Whereas that's why I was thinking the fox, hold on a minute, but the fox quite rightly has the wind at its back.
We started with an echo, but it has now gone again as Roland Jones, casting a shadow from the floodlights, is in. Bowls a foolish outswinger on off stump. No great outswing, certainly not the pronounced outswing we had yesterday, or the bounce off the pitch, the sort of acceleration off the pitch, the little bit of extra pace. And he could be, of course, that he's a little bit tired as well. And it's comfortably dealt with by Swindles. He remains on 22. I don't like where Father Time has been put in Lords, or at Lords, as Roland Jones is in and bowls. Swindles is beaten by the outswinger, goes through to Davies. He's sort of perched atop a sort of white square towery thing on top of the... It's not the mound stand, is it? On the left there.
The scorer's box, the Mound and Tavern.
Scorer's box.
Yeah.
The Mound and Tavern. But it kind of looks... I think he should be somewhere near the pavilion somehow, because he's part of the older structure. And he's put on he's been sort of perched atop a fairly modern structure. Roland Jones is in, bowls a nicely shaped delivery on off stump again, threatening to swing away, but it doesn't do quite enough, and Swindles again deals with it competently.
Yeah, because that clock face that he's above as well, that used to be behind the Compton, I think I'm right in saying. So it's obviously been moved over the years to the new bits. Then that stand is to be redeveloped, the Tavern and the Allen stand. The Allen stand being the small stand in between.
It's only the pavilion that is an old structure there now.
But it will be, yeah.
Essentially,
Yeah.
It's
Well, even the Tavern stand. Well, that was 1960, so relatively not that old in terms of.
No.
Here's Brooks, 2 slips and a gully. He bowls and a bottom edge past leg stump on an attempted hook by Goldsworthy. He moves to 70, 159 for 4. But this is the thing with partnerships as well, though, that you do make your own luck to some extent. He comes and prods away at the surface, but...
Well, it's the second time he's got an inside edge that has missed the stumps by an absolute coat of varnish. Goodness me. How close was that? No.
Brooks. Oh, this is run to gully by Goldsworthy, and there's no run. Just looking to guide it down towards the vacant deep third. There's a deep backward point. Higgins is the gully. Deploy second slip. He's got a jumper on now. Deploy. His number's been noticeable all the way through. Noticeable in its absence now. It's because he's got a sweater on over the top of his shirt. The Middlesex cable knits as they are. You can't have numbers on them. As here's Brooks, he's in bowls, and that's a very good leave by Goldsworthy. Raising the bat outside off. Through it goes.
Yeah, he's had a couple of moments of luck with those inside edges, but otherwise it's been a wonderful innings by Goldsworthy, and the partnership's now worth 96 for the 5th wicket.
Yes, they've scored more than Middlesex managed in their first innings, which is extraordinary, isn't it? Excuse me. Brooks bowls. This is eased. Matting on the offside as the right-hander faces. He's just in front of Stoneman at cover. He watched it bobble towards him. Hasn't caused any sort of issue so far. 159 for 4. Chatter of excitement around the outfield. They've got to have a good hour here. They know that, Middlesex. They've got to have a very good hour. Even 50 for 4, we were saying 50 for 2 would be a good hour for Leicestershire. 50 for 4 probably wouldn't be good enough for Middlesex. As his length delivery eased into the offside by Goldsworthy off the back foot. You fancy Middlesex need a 50 for 6 hour here, don't you? And then they are chasing 300 to win. One thing, it's pretty likely we're guaranteed a result in this game. So we need to be looking over our right shoulders out the back of the commentary box. It looks quite bright. The skies are a little bit brighter actually out there.
It doesn't look
over
too
the city.
whispered. It doesn't look too bad, does it?
Brooks bowls. This is driven to mid-off the toe end of the bat by Goldsworthy. And that one nearly crept through, didn't it? One of the rare ones that he's gone after in that sense, and nearly troubled by. 159 for 4. Goldsworthy 70 from 92, and that's the danger, of course, for Leicestershire. Is they'll look up at the board and say, well, you know, look at how well Goldsworthy's doing. If one of the Middlesex batters gets in, you look at 2 former Test openers, Stoneman and Robson. Holden a fine player at 3, and Leicestershire followed by Ryan Higgins.
Oh, absolutely, and yeah, they certainly won't feel remotely safe yet, Leicestershire. But time is on their side in that they can just kind of keep batting in the same way. They don't have to start throwing the bat. The ball at the moment isn't misbehaving sufficiently to make them do so. In goes Roland Jones and bowls. He's driven out into the offside by Harry Swindles, but Stoneman moves reasonably smartly to his left for a senior player and makes the stop. It bounced up quite nicely for him. Two slips and a gully now. Ryan Higgins has gone back into gully for the captain, who tosses the ball from hand to hand. 3 for 31 to go with his 4 foot in the first dig. Turns. Runs in. Bowls. Outside edge. No, just swung past the outside edge, and it is going to run down for 4 byes because it bounced again just before it reached Davies, and been praising Davies earlier. Since when?
Yes.
He's shelled up 1 or 2 standing up, and that one somehow he stops going through. Oh, sorry, he doesn't stop going through. It bounces over his reaching right hand and goes down to the fine third man boundary for 4, and that brings up the century partnership between Swindles, who's made just 22 of the runs, and Goldsworthy, who is on 70. Not quite sure what he was on when Swindles came in. There have been a few extras, 18 of them in the innings. Roland Jones is in, again a super shape to the delivery. Swindles is half forward. You heard his call of no as he pushed it out towards mid-wicket, where Holman is the fielder. Yet to see him bowl. We've seen De Keira's bowl without any great effect, it must be said, in terms of getting any turn from the pitch. Roland Jones is in. Bowl slightly short of a good length, and so Swindles can stay legitimately on the back foot, so to speak, and block that one out into the offside. The volume level has increased post-lunch, as one would hope from the fielding side. Just to regather their thoughts during the interval. No doubt a few encouraging words were said. Roland Jones is in and bowls down the leg side, clips the pad. At this time, a very good stop from Davies, tumbling away to his left, taking it on the second bounce, losing his cap in the process, but saving 4-leg buys.
The wind getting into our ceiling again there.
Yeah, just moving the polystyrene ceiling tiles.
It's been a funny game for the wind as well, hasn't it? There's been times where I've been stood out in the middle and all of a sudden this wind picks up. Where's that come from? Yes.
In goes Roland Jones, bowls, middle and off, lovely line. Isn't quite doing enough as far as he's concerned though, and again, Swindles can cover up and block it out. Slightly cross-batted into the onside. He's getting a change of bat. No, he was offered a change of bat by Leicestershire's acting 12th man, Sam Evans, but Swindles sort of held up his current bat and gave it an approving pat, so he's quite happy with it.
Oh, bless you, sir. Somebody blowing their nose outside, handkerchief out. It's got that chill in the air about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, after last week.
Brooks, 2 slips in a gully, bowls, and just short of a length. That's eased away by Goldsworthy on 70. 163 for 4. Will we be here for another thrilling finale between Leicestershire and Middlesex? Bad starts to the Middlesex innings though, and it's hard to see. They're going to have to get off to a very good start no matter what this eventual target's going to be. Leicestershire. They got off to a reasonable start on this one, didn't they? 50 on the board. The second wicket fell. But at that point, the third went quickly as well. Brooks is in, bowls, is eased backward points. Deep backward point comes up to collect, allowing him that single. Goldsworthy moves to 71.
What's the ball now? I mean, it's only 44 overs old. Middlesex might show it to the umpires, but hasn't exactly been peppering the advertising hoardings. They just sort of accumulated at a decent rate, the Foxes. 3.7 the run rate at the moment.
Brooks bowls a bouncer through to the keeper. That was sharp, wasn't it? The lights reflect off the helmet of Swindles.
Feels as though the game's gone into slow motion after the first.
Yeah,
it's the first day and the first hour of this morning's play.
It's proper cricket now. We didn't come for this.
What's going on?
We came for madness, like we had on the first day. 21 wickets. Brooks in, bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside, and no run again. Well, I guess that has to be said. Only 3 wickets today, and one of them in the night watch. So
I had a chat with Scott Curry during the lunch interval, brief word. Said, what can you do with one like that? Said, almost hit me on the ankle.
Well, we'll be hoping there's plenty more of those to come in the match.
Yeah, said it wasn't necessarily the worst news from
Yes.
Leicestershire's point of view. Apologies to yourself, Scott.
Brooks. A couple of slips crouched down. Bowls and... Oh, it's edged and gone.
That's the one.
Swindles goes for 22. He was back and across, but not sufficiently. As the edge is taken by Brooks, it was an indecisive effort, it felt, from Swindles, because the length was perfect from Brooks, and that's not so much a criticism of the batter, it's a description of the ball. Brooks put that one on the spot, and you could hear the guttural roar of celebration almost for Brooks as he finally gets a wicket in the game. 1 for 27 he has in his 8th, and he's bowled better than that, hasn't he? He's not in any way bowled in a sense that you'd look and say, well, he's been the weak link and he hasn't got any wickets. He's played his part, and he's finally got a reward in this innings. 164 for 5. Boy, oh boy, Middlesex needed that. The partnership was 101.
Swindles, as you say, did a good job for his side. Lent brave, dogged support to Goldsworthy. It's got a little bit darker and greyer, and there is a little bit of rain now on the wind. Umpires have a chat in mid-pitch. It's certainly not hard enough, I don't think, to take them off, although it's pretty dark, actually, all of a sudden. Louis Kimber comes to the crease. Well, yeah, 243 in his previous innings, or in the previous match against Sussex, but a big fat naught in the first innings here. Got a really good ball from, was it Roland Jones who got him? Let's have a look back. Roland Jones, yeah, he was completely squared up and leading edge to De Keres at backward point. These are very, very different conditions to those that prevailed at Hove. Well bowled, Henry Brooks.
Davies completing the work with the gloves on. Difficult match for the keepers as well, isn't it, when the ball can be a little bit up and down and there's that swing. They've really got to be alert. Here goes Brooks to Kimber. He bowls and Kimber punches him off the back foot to Stoneman at cover. No run.
So the lead is 257 at the moment. 5 second innings wickets in hand. Umpires are sort of looking at each other. Umpire Blackwell doesn't look very impressed with the weather prevailing at the moment. It is spitting with rain.
Oh yes. Middlesex would be desperate to stay on for a couple of overs here at least, wouldn't they?
Yeah. It looks like they're going to hang on. Ground staff have not come out to the covers, which they are normally quick to do if they anticipate something match changing. Now I can see them all sitting there, but they're not by the covers.
Passing shower, perhaps.
Roland Jones, with the door slightly ajar, is in to Goldsworthy. It's over pitched and it's clipped beautifully out too wide, long on for 4 by Lewis Goldsworthy. He hasn't missed out. He's giving it a chance to swing Roland Jones, but he just over pitched on that occasion. The rain is getting a touch harder. Umpires look at each other again, but they've got those big wide brimmed Panama style hats on, so again, they might not be sort of conscious of how hard it is actually really raining at the moment, but Goldsworthy saw that one all right, played it away beautifully. Roland Jones in again to him, bowls, drags his length back, perfect length really delivery, just doesn't swing enough from his point of view. Umpire's going to have a chat now, and the ground staff are now coming down to the covers. I can see the rain in the air. I think it will be, I mean, there's light behind it. I think it'll be temporary, so they are coming off at 168 for 5 off 45.2 overs at 2:04 p.m. We are going to have a break in proceedings. I do not think it will necessarily be a long one. It isn't raining hard, and the cloud is lighter, much lighter, where the weather is coming from. So fingers crossed this won't be. In fact, Roland Jones has actually stopped halfway to the boundary. Now, has it stopped already?
I'm looking out at the dark patches around the ground. It's very hard to detect it still.
I can't see any. I can just see a few drops. If you look in the trees on either side of the electronic scoreboard, you can see a little bit in those trees, but certainly nobody's rushing anywhere. Tractor has brought out the covers. They're now being pushed on to the pitch. So 168 for 5. The lead then is 261. There are still best part of 60 overs to be bowled today, 59.4. We will be probably start be losing a couple, won't we? But
we've got half an hour.
Not quite yet. We've got half an hour, and the umpires are actually, you know, they've stopped. They're a few yards from the rope, and pointing. They're saying, "No, it looks a bit lighter over there." Umpire Peveril's doing the talking at the moment. Umpire Blackwell walking off with his back to us, walking backwards to the boundary. Ground staff looking up at the sky. This might be a very short break, but
they've just passed over the rope, the umpires.
Yeah, they're not even heading to their little room at the moment. Do we keep? No, they are heading to their little room now. So we'll be back with you just as soon as play is likely, and that may not be long. Hello folks, as predicted it was a fairly short delay and I'm happy to say we are about to resume this Vitality Division 2 County Championship match between Leicestershire and Middlesex with no overs lost. Lewis Goldsworthy and Louis Kimber, don't pronounce the S, in fact he spells his name differently as well. Louis Kimber heading out into the middle, the one on 75.
He was King Louis last week, wasn't he?
Absolutely was.
The king of the swingers, indeed.
And, he has faced just the one ball, has yet to get off the mark. Lewis Goldsworthy with a W is a 75 off 96. 168 for 5. Middlesex have picked up what could be an important wicket. They broke the 5th wicket partnership that had gone to 101 by having Harry Swindles caught behind. Henry Brooks did it. In goes Toby Rowland-Jones and bowls, edged and caught. First ball after the break. Goldsworthy goes. Rowland-Jones gets his man. It was a little bit of a waft outside off stump to the outswinger. Could have left it alone. Was drawn into playing the shot. Edged to first slip. Sam Robson took a comfortable catch. And Middlesex will feel they are right back in this now. 2 quick wickets after lunch. Similar pattern to yesterday is going on here.
Well, when they came off, the umpires there, for that brief rain delay, and it really was, the actual rain that brought them off was as brief as you could imagine, wasn't it? And then there was that little spit afterwards, like, we can't bring it back on now. You have to wait for it to fully stop. And that's why I'm sure Middlesex at that point, floodlights on, as you said, that little bit darker, it's more overcast. You've got a bit of grass underneath you, there's cracks, you've got the overheads. I'd imagine Middlesex were absolutely desperate to stay out there before. So right now, after this delay, there's the applause for Goldsworthy. Outstanding from him. The only 2 times I've ever seen him bat, he's been an absolute superstar. He's looked the real part. But off he goes. A little bit of the James Taylor about him, you'd suggest, wouldn't you? I mean, obviously the height.
He'd take that as
well,
a
absolutely,
comparison, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. But, I mean, obviously the height, and I don't say that disrespectfully, oh, he looks like him because they're both short, but because of the nature of being a diminutive batter, you have similarities in that sense, don't you, of the way that you play. But here comes Cox.
So 261 the lead now. Just four second innings wickets intact for the Foxes, but Kimber and Cox, 2 of Leicestershire's well, in recent matches, better batsmen. Cox has been very consistent. Kimber, a little bit hit and miss, but his hit was a spectacular, was a bullseye, as they say. So he'll be hoping just to get in and establish himself, get a chance to swing, get a few away. But Rowland-Jones, with his tail up for the 2nd time in the game, has picked up 4 wickets. It could be a 10-wicket game for him, just 4 wickets needed, and he's got 8 in the game thus far. Ben Cox checks his guard with umpire Peveril, who inclines his head rather gravely. Cox signals behind. Immediately there's somebody behind who's...
that's close to the dressing room, isn't it? The Leicestershire dressing room. Middlesex below us.
Could be on the director's balcony. Rowland-Jones is into Ben Cox. Out swinger that goes a long way under the lights. It started to hoop again, folks, and it's allowed to go through by Ben Cox, but Leicestershire will be hoping these lights stay on for the rest of the day, I suspect, if and when they come to bowl.
Middlesex are swinging the ball. Will Kimber swing the bat in response? Will he decide to counter here? Because again, we're at a situation where Middlesex needs, we said 50 for 5, well, they've got one of them. Can they get 40 for 4 now? And be even a little bit greedier. Hold it to 300, the target.
Rowland-Jones is in and bowls a little bit short. Got up on his toes there, Cox, and cut it out, but only as far as point where De Care is the fielder.
Yeah, will we see a return of that? Hey, you must have thought of that. I reckon Harmsy would have thought that last night. King Louis, king of the swingers.
It didn't come up, I'm afraid. It should have done.
I could see Adrian Harms.
It didn't.
I could see Adrian Harms wandering along the seafront down in Hove, singing to himself. Disney fan as he'd be, I'm sure.
He's
Harmsy.
quite a pop. No, he's quite a pop aficionado. Is Adrian, and his knowledge is impressive. In goes Rowland-Jones and bowls, turned nicely off the body by Cox down to deep backward square. and one is taken. He was very taken when he came up here because Leicestershire was staging a 80s concert of bands like China Crisis and Paul Young. Well, he's not a band, obviously, but Toya's coming, all those sort of people. And, of course, Adrian could recite many of their hits.
Could he?
Yeah, could name many of them. He was going to see Bruce Springsteen in the next week or so somewhere. I can't remember quite where. Might have been Wembley or somewhere. No, he gets...
I had him more down as a Bruce Forsyth man, to be honest.
No, he's quietly very, very up there with
guitar
with
out.
the kids, is Adrian.
Well, that's what I mean. The King of the Swingers, he'd have been a Jungle Book fan. You could see him whistling along, seafront down in Hove.
169 for 6, the lead 262.
They've ended another over while we're nattering away. Brooks is on. You probably did close it, but I was thinking too much about Harmsy along the seafront, kicking up his heels. 169 for 6. Here's Brooks. He's in from the Bennett end. He bowls a good length, left alone outside the off stump by Cox. That kicked up some bounce, didn't it, through to the gloves of Davies?
I've just realised that very kindly.
Yeah.
And it is adjustable. They've put the lead up on the board.
They have.
Now.
They have. Yeah, I did
Down
spot
the
that
bottom
moment
right
ago.
there,
Yeah.
but that's just happened.
Yeah, they've only overshot by a wee while in terms of us
I would
giving away
imagine
our...
Paul Rogers, the Leicestershire scorer, got so fed up of us mangling the edition
Yes.
that he decided to make it simple for us.
Either that or he was like, let themselves prove they're idiots before I put it up. Here's Brooks bowls, and this is eased away into the offside, 169 for 6. But I have seen even the finest on air get themselves unstuck, breaking the golden rule. Do not add it up while you are talking on air. Even DT did it once, for all the years of grief he gave me.
It's good for you, though, isn't it, to stretch, to try and keep the little grey cells working, even if we do embarrass ourselves from time to time. It's like doing crosswords or Sudokus and things like that.
Brooks is midway through his run-up. He bowls and... Oh, a long way down the leg side, a spectacular take by Davies. You probably did expect him to take it, but it was nicely done, wasn't it?
Was.
Fellow keeper. The bat in hand, Cox probably turned around admiringly. Should have given his fellow... You never see that, actually. You never see a keeper batting. Another keeper does well and turn around and give each other a little nod. I've never seen that. But that would have been a moment for Cox there to look at Davies and just give him a little knowing nod of approval for his glovesmanship. Brooks, with 2 slips and a gully crouching down, he bowls and up on his toes. Cox eases this one. Just fine of Stoneman.
Really roared no run there, didn't he, Cox? I mean, it never was a run. Brunty and Cake appears in the window, which is a rather nicer sight than the drizzle that was out there to our right previously. Bless his heart.
Where has this come from?
Martin Brunt, superstar, comes to the crease, cake in hand.
I'm speechless. This is look at those. Where have these come from?
Friends of Grace Road.
Ah, Brooks is in, bowls, and this is a forward defence from Cox and through to the offside. It goes to the bowler picks it up. I'm distressed. I'm looking back at that. Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. Wowzers. Wowzers. What have we got there? Hold on a minute. They're not going anywhere. This is more interesting than the cricket.
Good God. Actually, I mean, they are bigger slices than normal. Did they let you cut them yourself, Brunty?
Hey, good man. Good man. Carrot cake and raspberry, thank you.
Bless your heart.
The raspberry's akin to the Tottenham cake they brought us up one year. In goes Brooks. And bowls and up on his toes. Cox defends this into the offside and there's no run. Very, very kind. 169. For 6, Cox 1, Kimber 0. Here and New Road, you often get the ladies' pavilion bringing us over a few scraps as well, don't they?
They wouldn't like to hear you call them scraps, I'm sure.
I did it for the response.
Proper cake.
I was waiting to see what you'd say. A few of the old crumbs left over. Send them over.
Bradders has, yes, managed to establish very good relations with
the
ladies' pavilion. And indeed, the ice cream van. Always careful to give it a mention. Yep, Ben Cox, a series of very useful contributions down the order for Leicestershire. Will be required to do so again. Roland Jones is in to Kimber. Outside off stump, Kimber goes for it and misses it. Goes for the big swing. Roland Jones stands at the end. He's follow through and he has his chin in his hand and he looks and he smiles at Louis Kimber, but there's not too much amusement in his eyes, probably. Cox has a word with Kimber, perhaps saying that this isn't Hove, mate, but on the other hand, if he can, as you said, connect with a few,
20 minutes
a quick 20 or 30 might be priceless. But connect he has to, and he hasn't really as yet. Roland Jones is in, bowls to him outside off stump. He leaves, it goes through low, taken on the second bounce by Davies, and having stopped it, he falls to his left. It's not easy keeping wicket out there at the moment.
Middlesex, remember the old coach Richard Scott. In fact, that victory here at Grace Road, going back a few years, 2017. No, 2018, wasn't it? Went down 2017, 2018 then. Here, that was his penultimate game in charge. They went to Kent and lost the pink ball game, and that was the end of the then coach.
Roland Jones bowls full, looking to on drive, not really middling it, but it's still going to go 4-4. I said that slowly because it's slowed up quickly there. Ridiculous though it sounds, that was a sort of thick inside edge, and it raced away to the square leg boundary, a good, 70 yards away, and it just had enough on it in the end to cross the ropes in front of, is it Luke Holman out there?
It is, and he's dropping back now, isn't he, to that deep square.
Yeah.
That was the perfect example of what we were talking about. Because, as you say, that wasn't quite where he intended it. He was looking more through mid-wicket, wasn't he? It went squarer, but nonetheless, once it's beaten that fielder infield, it's a boundary.
So Kimber is off the mark, 173 for 6. Roland Jones in, bowls to him, he goes for the pull, it stays low, it misses everything, and quite how it missed the stumps, I'm not absolutely sure. It was taken by Davies tumbling across to his left behind the stumps. He went for the short-armed pull, he connected with those on numerous occasions last week. Not this time, just stayed low.
I don't know how that didn't hit. It's going to go up on your screen now. Oh,
yeah. But it barely, again, foot or so off the, foot and a half off the ground perhaps. And he goes, bowls full, and he's going to drive that one for 4. That was in the slot for Kimber, didn't have to really swing hard at that one, and able to punch it away very straight through, back through the offside, and Roland Jones turned straight away, knowing he'd just overdone it on that occasion. And Kimber moves on to 8. The electronic scoreboard has frozen. 177 for 6. The lead then 270. Roland Jones bowls. Kimber is beaten on the outside edge. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do with that one. It was a sort of half defensive push prod at the ball. It slid past his outside edge. Roland Jones takes his cap and his sweater from umpire Peveril. The two batters stand in mid-pitch and have a word. How are we going to play it from here? Temporary freeze on the, I think people have probably worked that out. Temporary freeze on the electronic scoreboard, and the old manual comes into its own again. And the other manual scoreboard is which ground?
Lords.
Manual scoreboard.
There's
genuine
one at Lords.
manual. Is there?
Yeah. Here's Brooks bowls, and that's slammed away through the covers. Little charge from Cox, and actually he hasn't got hold of that, because as I catch sight of the ball again, it's bobbling, which means it was in the air for a while between cover and backward point.
Well, I've been telling people wrong. Where is it at Lords?
Below Old Father Time, below the scorer's box.
That's not manual though. It's got a. They look like digital figures on it. I'm certain they're digital figures, mate.
No, it rolls around. I mean, it depends what you want to say is manual. I mean, it's definitely one that rolls around. Now you're making me doubt myself. Here's Brooks, he's in. Bowls from the Bennett end, and this is eased 2 backward points, and there's no run. It's a new old scoreboard, I'll tell you that. You know, it's only been there, I don't know how many years, but it's in the old style of a scoreboard. So admittedly, it's not an original, but now I'm going to have to think. While you think about that one, I'll think about where the other manual is. Hove's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That used
there
to
is
be
one other proper manual scoreboard.
Yeah. I'm thinking it through now. Going through the 18. Wantage Road has gone. In comes Brooks. Bowls. He's clipped out too deep mid wicket for a single. It's 171 for 6. Test venues. Taunton's gone. New Road? No, Chelmsford's gone.
Suggestions are coming in,
Oh,
but they're all wrong so far.
blimey.
It's a very old one. It's a very individual one. It's quite long, as in width-wise. That's the baby. And the Les Ames stand at Canterbury.
Yeah. In comes Brooks, bowls, and Kimber looks for even. I fancy that took something and then hit the hip guard, because then it delayed before dropping down in front of him, and charging down was Cox from the other end thinking about a single, at which point Brooks started to charge as well, but Kimber was unmoved. He wasn't going anywhere. Brooks collects the ball, but
if he'd connected with that, it would still be going.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned Richard Scott, and his last penultimate game was here, because I remember he used to, well, not used to say, but I remember one time him saying to me, "God, another 20 minutes of Paul Sterling there, we'd have won the game." But in the middle, third innings, and it's a Louis Kimber moment here, isn't it? 20 minutes of Kimber, if he does start to connect with some of these swings. As Brooks is in, bowls, and this is driven away into the offside, no run. And he's not swinging fully just yet, is he? But if there's remotely the chance he's going to swing, he's obviously working out where he can score, what he should do. 180 for 6. Lead 273. I mean, it's already at a point where there's no point working out how many runs Middlesex have got to play with here. This is going to be quite the chase if Middlesex put it off, whether it's 273 or frankly 373 at this stage. As forward goes Kimber, and he drives straight to mid-on, who's slightly wide. Brooks is disappointed with himself, and he's hopping, he's bouncing on his toes at the end of his follow-throughs. He turns away in disappointment that he offered up that half volley with a wide bamber there as well at mid-on, and it meant that Kimber was able to stroke. He moves to 12 from 10. A strike rate above 100 for Kimber. It was above 200 at Hove, wasn't it?
That he scored? 243.
No, sorry, the strike rate. The strike rate. What was
Oh,
it?
yeah. His 200 came off exactly 100 balls, so it was exactly
Yeah.
200. At the end, his 243 came off 127 balls, so not quite.
I was going to say
24s, 21 sixes.
whatever the Lord's scoreboard, be it a new one.
Roland Jones is into Ben Cox, who's down the wicket, hitting a huge straight 6 over long on. Well, Cox is taking the aggressor role. He came dancing down the wicket. Roland Jones didn't adjust his length, and Cox swung very cleanly as well. Hit straight, that was probably the key to that one, through the line of the ball, lofted it over mid-on, over long on, into the members' seats in front of the pavilion. The ball is inspected, 190 for 6. The lead then 283 now. Roland Jones is in again to Ben Cox, who's stepping across, trying to scoop the ball over Davies, playing T20 cricket now. Is Ben Cox. He didn't get anything on that though, and it was taken by Davies behind the stumps.
There's the new old scoreboard at Lord's. There's your operator there, and that's below. There's the picture of old Father Time, the clock, the scorer's box. That's now been positioned here. It's been built here. A new old score box.
Okay, was it? And when was that new old score box put in? Because
I'd say 5 years ago.
I picture yellow numbers. That's all. So
at Lord's.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
on that little board below Father Time.
Oh.
So I may,
Let's see when this picture was.
I'm clearly wrong. And apologies to the MCC. In goes Roland Jones and bowls, and Cox, having played 2 extravagant shots, one successfully, one completely unsuccessfully, just props forward to that one and plays it back down the pitch on the on side.
There it is. There's the scorers, and got a picture of it there just below. So that was as it was before, and now they've erected it at the back of that stand. But it's a new old scoreboard though, isn't it? So it's not an original as the one here is. I mean,
here and
Well, I was going
Kent.
to say, how original is Kent's? What year would that have been? Because it's relatively new.
Pretty old. In goes Roland Jones and bowls a bouncer down the leg side. Cox just sort of bobs at the shoulders, really.
And then in the defence of Middlesex's Lords' new old scoreboard, there's an element of Trigger's broom about the Kent scoreboard, and I assume here at Grace Road.
I had to think about that for a second before remembering it. Every part replaced many times. Something like that.
I've had the broom for 12 years.
Yeah. If you look after it,
Yeah.
look after you. Change the head 6 times and the handle about 8 times. And goes Roland Jones and bowls another bouncer down the leg side, and this time Davies can't get anywhere near it. Speared off down the leg side. Davies dived to his left, couldn't get there, and not exactly the wheels coming off for Toby Roland Jones when you've got 4 for 50 off 17.5, but that wasn't the greatest ball that the Middlesex skipper has ever bowled in his life.
No. Yeah.
Into 4 for 6.
Yeah, into, what was it, 287, 13 away from the 300. And again, it really doesn't matter for me now whether they're chasing 290 or they're chasing 360. It's going to be a remarkable chase, and it's going to require one particularly brilliant innings.
Roland Jones is in outside off stump, tries to cut it away. Ben Cox, it climbs on him, goes over the top of his bat and through to Davies. This could be an entertaining half an hour or so if these two can hang around, but they've clearly decided to go for their shots and get the runs, get ahead as quickly as they can. I think they kind of want to bowl in these conditions.
Yeah.
To a certain extent, Leicestershire. You know, they don't. This thickish grey cloud, but again, it's lighter where the weather is coming from.
I mean, expanding my point slightly of, you know, whether it's 290 or 360, whatever they're chasing, they're not going to chase 300 in bits and pieces. It's going to require a big partnership. It's going to require a substantial individual score. You know, whether it's 290 or it's 360. So it's going to, you know, they're really going to have to get on top for a while. They cannot afford collapses in that time, you'd suggest. As here's Brooks trying to force a collapse here. He bowls. Kimber picks him up out to deep backward square leg. Goodness me, that is some shot. Deep backward square leg. The most nonchalant flick off his toes you could imagine for 6.
This boy is ridiculous.
200 up. 200 for 6.
That was just an extraordinary, almost a flick off his legs, and the timing involved. And it went into the netting in front of the Geary bar, which is, what should we say, 85?
Yeah.
At least yards away. Barely an effort.
Well, De Carey's is the fielder at deep backward square, and he was interested. They're now dropping back deep backward point. Deep mid wicket. They've got the deep backward square, and they've got a long leg. And Brooks is in to bowl, and he goes short, and that goes big again, and that's going to be 6 more. Oh, here we go again. 2 sixes to start the over. Brooks takes some tap, and Kimber moves to 24 from 12, 206 from 6.
He's going to have to be careful, Louis Kimber. He's going to get himself a reputation if he's not careful. 299 the lead, so Middlesex will need at least 300 to win the game, but... Well, Ian Blackwell is smiling, and Ben Cox is talking to him at the other end, because Cox was at the other end when Kimber was taking Sussex apart.
Was he ever put down in the other innings? He was. Here is Brooks to Kimber, and he goes again! No, mate, that's bigger than the last. That's huge! That's out of the ground. That is an extraordinary shot. And with each of these 3 sixes in this over, they've got bigger and bigger and bigger. And we're only halfway through the over. And Brooks and Middlesex have a problem here. Kimber moves to 30 from 13. And that has cleared the scoreboard, the old scoreboard here at Grace Road. And we're on the other side of the square as well.
It's into the businesses on the other side of Milligan Road. Umpire Ben Peveril walks to the boundary to get a replacement ball.
Wow.
One of that gentleman driving that Range Rover up Milligan Road probably had to swerve there as the cricket ball flashed past his windscreen. 6 replacement balls were required at Hove, several of which I think are still travelling.
I mean, that ball,
in Hove. All those 3 shots have been truly remarkable. It is a much bigger boundary here at Grace Road compared to that at Hove. Kimber has cleared that boundary by a huge margin on each occasion, and a growing margin on each occasion. 3 balls bowled in the over, 3 sixes hit.
But he's almost done
He's
himself
at
a
it again.
disservice here by hitting it out the ground. He's got to wait now. The momentum's gone. Oh wow! That was extraordinary. That one. That's one of the biggest sixes. It really is. I saw a huge one for the first time in 20 years at Lords. I saw the grandstand cleared at Lords by young 19-year-old Noah Cornwall, who may well be tuned in at the moment. Regards to him if he is. It was again much like the first 6 of this over. It was a clip off his legs over the grandstand. Absolutely unbelievable shot.
Pat Peverell is on his knees below us, or on one knee below us, going
Middlesex
through all
aren't far off either.
all the replacement balls. He has finally chosen one. Took a long time. It's not like at Hove you have a nice lady called Brenda comes on.
Yes.
Do you remember Brenda?
Do indeed.
With the case of replacement balls, and she's never had to work so hard in her life. I don't think.
Was it a grumpy storm by the
No,
end?
she was. She loves it. By all accounts, her moment in the sun came 5 or 6 times. Right.
212 for 6.
3 out. What does Henry Brooks do here? He doesn't want this, does he? Stop bowling length.
If it goes
Stop
to
letting getting under
if it goes to the 6th in the over, it's yours, Richard. If he goes to the if there's a
that.
5th ball, if there's a 6 off the 5th ball, this is your over.
It has not been done in
I
England.
think I'll be going to lie down.
Although he took 43.
It's not been done in
off the
England.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it hasn't.
Only
Has
in
it? It's done at Swansea.
I saw Ben Stokes once hit the first 5 balls of an over for 6 in first-class cricket for Durham against Hampshire when he was not a lad. And the 6th ball, I think it was Danny Briggs, absolutely fired it in. He wasn't going to hit it for 6 out of 6. But I remember that.
And still swung at it, Stokes. Stokes, yeah.
Swung himself off his feet.
Didn't Stokes do something similar
at
New
Worcester?
Road?
Yeah. But didn't come in 6. Anyway, 10 off 3. On you go.
Here goes Brooks from the Bennett end. Now the 5th break. There we go. Who's gone to get it?
Has Ollie found it? It looks like on Milligan Road. Peppering. Focus on Grace Road. The world of cricket. And Louis Kimber.
I mean, I have to admit, I just sat up and taken a bit more note of Kimber and looked through all of his stats. Having seen what he did last week, but this, to do it again, it's Brooks as well. Brooks to Kimber, right arm over. Kimber, slower ball, he beats him through to the keeper and it just misses the top of the off stump. Very, very well bowled, Brooks. That's a very good comeback after 4 very difficult deliveries to start the over.
It absolutely was. Kimber's eyes sort of lit up a bit then, but it was brave as well, wasn't it? From Henry Brooks, a slower ball bounced over the top of the bat and over the top of middle stump.
There's every chance that could have gone. Wow. He's made a dent in that side. Actually, there's a few dents in that side screen down there, isn't there? Here is the 5th, last ball of the over, and it's Brooks to Kimber, and he slaps him with a cut to cover, which Stoneman picks him up from. So, 25 off the over, and the lead is now 311, 218 for 6.
24, no? 6, 12, 18, 24.
Did he not take a single? No, he didn't. Sorry, 24, sorry.
Yeah.
24, yeah.
Well, Henry Brooks is in good company with Ollie Robinson then. And 24, he's gotten away lightly. But as I say, that 5th ball was a good one. 218 for 6 means the lead is now 311. Kimber 36 off 16.
I mentioned Paul Sterling there, who was one of the most powerful hits I've ever seen for Middlesex. That's got nothing on what Kimber's just shown us there. Extraordinary. Yeah. What did you spot? You're pointing
it's just a little bit of spitting, just a little bit of drizzle in the air. But Kimber doesn't seem to be discomforted by it. He just, it's such a casual demeanour. And he is quite a sort of laid-back young man. But
I mean, this could be something very special here, couldn't it? After last week, he could put this game well out of Middlesex's reach here. 311 is already the lead.
Roland Jones is into Ben Cox bowls. Cox goes back and just plays the ball down into the pitch. The partnership was 50 with that last 6 as well, of which Cox has 10. But he's used to this.
He did half of it in the over, didn't he?
He's absolutely used to it. Huge partnership at Hove and Ben Cox.
That was a shame they didn't do that. It really was. The stream going at Lords watching it, and you just thought he's not going to do it, is he? He's going to get so close, and it's not going to happen.
The partnership was 239 for the 8th wicket, of which Ben Cox scored 34. In goes Roland Jones, bowls 2, Cox, who scoops down the leg side. Oh, I thought Davies was going to catch that. He didn't quite get his left hand to it. And although, do you classify that as a chance? Not really, because he didn't get a hand to it, but I thought he was. It was scooped very fine down the leg side. Cox dived to his left. Thought it was going to go into his left gauntlet. It didn't. Cox picks up 4, down to the finest of fine legs. He moves on to 14, 222. For 6, the lead 315.
Thanks, Richie. Richie Beno. Every cricketer always just thinks 2-2-2. Always thinks Richie Beno, don't we? 2-2-2.
Roland Jones is in. Bowls smashed over extra cover, through extra cover, in the air, round about head height, but wide of mid-off. It was in the slot from Roland Jones, who looks a little dispirited now, the skipper. And Cox launched himself at it, got it out of the middle, thumps into the advertising hoardings down at wide extra cover. 4, 226 for 6, Cox on 218. It is now an official assault. And after that sort of first half hour post lunch, and before lunch as well, when Swindles and Goldsworthy were playing sort of relatively sensibly and it was looking such hard work, it's suddenly a different ball game. Jones bowls 2, Cox slower ball, Cox waits for it, reads it from the arm and just dabs it out towards point and takes the quick single. And they exchange words, Roland Jones and Cox, but I would imagine it looks fairly good-natured, doesn't it?
Before all this happened, and I think Kimber first had a swing at Roland Jones, I was going to say to you, we often say you don't want to wind up the bowler, really, do you? You don't want to make the bowler angry. And I think Roland Jones, at the end of his follow-through, having a word with Kimber, wasn't he? But it struck me, in this instance, you don't want to make the batter angry. You don't want to upset Kimber here. Don't get him going. Don't get him gnarled. Don't get him...
I've never seen him riled about anything. Apparently the only time he gets riled is on a tennis court if he's losing. Roland Jones is in to Kimber, who's driving firmly, but only as far as extra cover. Stoneman makes the stop on his knees. He also plays golf off next to nothing and, potential. Could he played tennis for a living? His brother is a very good Nick, of course, who was at Surrey, Nick Kimber. He's taking a year off, I think, and there's another brother, and embarrassingly, I've forgotten his name.
I've got a J.F. Kimber on here as a relation brother.
All 3 of them are
James Frederick.
Very fine cricketers.
But they don't have Nick. They only have...
Nick certainly at Surrey. Whether it was a nickname or... Just click on... do you think that could have been the same,
yeah?
It could be the same one. Whether he's the one who was at Surrey?
No, Lincolnshire.
In goes Roland Jones, and turned off the body by Kimber, who was starting to flinch then. It was heading for his midriff, he says euphemistically. But turned out to square leg, and he keeps the strike. There is still that drizzle in the air, and the umpires are coming together. Again, if there is a break, it won't be a long one, and probably a break now would suit Middlesex. Leicestershire's lead has been extended to 321 runs. I've got to send out some copy through to BBC Radio Leicester.
Oh, do you?
Brief, for the news bulletin.
Oh, it's got dark again. Umpires having a chat. It's 228 for 6. And let's have a look and see what's going to happen. The umpires are happy to go on for now. Goodness me, we've been going for an hour and 10 minutes since lunch. TT was sat down at the back. I didn't realise quite how long we've been going. We could have thrown a headset at him. The rain's coming down again now. Let's hope it stays away. Kimber has 37 and he awaits as Brooks is into bowl, and Brooks swings at the first ball. It bumps back to Kimber. No run. Well, you see some things in county cricket, you really do, but Kimber's coming up with something very special at the moment for Leicestershire, and already what he's done here, you feel is pushing close to enough. Obviously Leicestershire would love another 80 or so runs on the board, 400 ahead. We've only had an hour after tea on the second day. Rain coming down still as Brooks comes in. Bowls and, oh, a swashbuckling effort, but it's just short of deep backward point. Open the face and uppercut it to deep backward point. And that is a single for Kimber. He does score in ways other than sixes. 38 he has. Huge credit to Henry Brooks for getting out of that over from 4 sixes. Umpires coming together. It's eased again now, actually. Just at the point when they come together, it's eased almost to stopping, and it's brightening up again. So come on, umps, hang in there. .229 for 6 is the score here. And umpires are happy to go on. It has eased off the rain. Cox 19 from 22, Kimber 38 from 20. 53rd over of the innings. Just gone 10 to 2. So as such 50 minutes until tea, but there are still, anyone, we had a delay as well, there's still 52 overs. That's why it doesn't feel so long since lunch, because we had that delay, didn't we, for a brief rain interruption, of which we won't have lost any overs yet from the day. So on we go. 229 for 6. Here's Brooks. Oh no, pulls away. Who's upset him? Stoneman. Or Higgins. Higgins at mid-wicket. I think Higgins took a step backwards and Cox was saying, right, you're moving while the bowler's running in. I think Higgins holds his hands out, saying, I'm hardly moving. I steps back a couple of steps. But they'll go again. And Brooks turns once more from the Bennett end. Hits the crease now, bowls, and up on his toes, Cox pushes this back up the track. There's no run. Live cricket from BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. We're live on the streams, courtesy of the club websites, Leicestershire and Middlesex. You can pick up the links to watch along as well. Here's Brooks turning right off the top of his mark. 3-2-2 the lead. He's getting a chat from his skipper Roland Jones as he turns once more. 3 balls to go of his 12th over, 1 for 59. Oh, Cox ducks into a bouncer, wears it on his left shoulder. They will get a bye for it because it was evasive action that he was taking. Tucked up by that. Not quite judge it. It's hard to sway one a moving ball, but also one where the bounce is indifferent. What have you spotted? The rain going around us?
No, the 4 fielders all running out to the leg side boundary.
What does that signify?
Louis Kimber is on strike. How far are they from the bat? Hasn't made any difference, has it?
No, I mean, the way that he cleared those 3 in the last over. Brooks is in. Bowls, and he's bowled him. Kimber's gone for 38, and the Yorker does for Kimber. 38 from 21. It's still been destructive. It was pretty devastating at the start of Brooks' last over. Brooks bounces back to bowl Kimber, and it's 230 for 7.
Lovely slower ball. Well bowled. Henry Brooks held his nerve, didn't he? Kimber swung and missed at the first slower ball, and that one was just too good for him, really. As you say, Yorker length, lovely slower ball. A swing and a miss. 38 off 21 balls, including 4 sixes. Is that right? Partnership 62 for the 7th wicket, extending the lead to 323.
Yeah, it's big already, isn't it? 230 for 7. It's, Cox 19 from 24. He's wandering over to get a drink, I think. With, oh, there's that blonde hair you were talking about.
Cox is, yes. That has always been the case.
Oh, he's always been
like that. Yeah, he's since he came to Leicestershire anyway. I assume not always, but it's a bit of a shocker, isn't it? But no, I thought Lewis Hill had. I must check with Lewis. He looked to have done something to his hair in that respect. It was a rapid partnership of 62. So Ben Green, who is no mean batsman as well, on loan from Somerset, very much an all-rounder.
I mean, Middlesex, the time is now, isn't it? 3 wickets, Middlesex have got to go. Bang, bang, bang. And finish this one off. 323. Talks about whether it's 290 or 350 that they're chasing. It's going to require something really, really special either way, but they won't want to let it get much more than 350. 323 the lead. Brooks is in, and he bowls line and length. Green gets in behind, defends to mid-on. Brooks 2 for 59. Can he get out of this innings now with a couple more? And he finished off an innings recently with 3 wickets and an over. From 7 down to all out, Brooks picked up 3 and an over to finish it all off. How Middlesex need something like that right now, because their task is already a substantial one. 323 the lead, 230 for 7 this Leicestershire score.
But they will still believe as Mark Stoneman comes jogging off. And jogging on is the 12th man, Nathan Fernandez, going out to, where's he going to? Extra cover. The position that Stoneman was occupying. Roland Jones is going to continue looking for his 5th wicket of the innings. He's sending Gully, or backward point, back to the 3rd man boundary, because Cox has already showed his aggressive intent. Roland Jones is in, bowls to him. Cox goes back, turns the delivery out to mid-wicket, but you heard the call of no as it went straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. Much lighter now. Still uniformly grey above, but it is a lighter grey. No overs lost thus far. We've been fortunate in the extreme as Roland Jones turns. Orange soles on his boots, outside off stump, driven, and that's going to be driven for 4. Again, it was a bit in the slot from the Middlesex skipper, looking for the full swinging delivery. Just lost his line slightly, over-pitched as well. And Cox could step out and execute a fairly risk-free cover drive. It was a half volley.
Yeah, it was. The width.
To 7 the lead. Ball being dried. There's been enough rain just to make it slightly greasy, perhaps. Bamber with a beer towel or something similar hanging out of the back of his trousers does the necessary. In goes Roland Jones and bowls. Cox back on his stumps, just waiting for that one. Nibbling it around the corner down towards long leg, taking one, bringing the mighty figure of Ben Green. He's a really big unit, looks like a sort of rugby player more than a cricketer. Well, Bamber, having been trying to keep the ball dry, the ball is thrown to him, he misses it, and it rolls all the way to the boundary.
Oh no.
Out comes the beer towel, and he's going to have to dry it again. Roland Jones looks askance.
Who threw it to him?
I assume it might have been Fernandez, but I'm not certain. It could have been from the... Well, yeah. Higgins is looking slightly awkward.
Oh dear.
Been dried again. Roland Jones is in to Green. Well bowled, good line, good length on off stump. Green defends it back down the pitch to Toby Roland Jones.
Chatter's back in the field, isn't it? They'll be relieved that Kimber's gone. As we've been saying, the task ahead of them is no smaller, though. But fortunately for them, it's not particularly great. Cox was starting to get going, wasn't he? 24 from 27. Does he keep going now that Kimber's gone, or do they take it back down a gear and just try and grind Middlesex down?
Roland Jones is in and bowls. Lovely delivery, tempting, just outside off stump. This time Green, more circumspect, given it's only the 3rd ball he's faced, lets it go through. So this is his fourth appearance for Leicestershire in the county championship. Ben Green hasn't really done it with, well, it's only his fourth innings actually, well, fifth innings obviously if you count the first innings here. Had made 54 runs at 27 for what that's worth in the previous innings. Roland Jones is in, bowls to him, well wide of off stump. It stays very low as it swings through and is taken on the bounce by Jack Davies. Roland Jones, a touch wearily perhaps, takes his sweater and cap from the umpire. The umpires are in conversation. What about, I wonder? I think we're clear at the moment and it's fairly light actually. So, not sure what it's about. Umpire Blackwell's doing much of the talking.
I think we're okay, aren't we?
And I think it might be to do with the timing of tea because of the rain break. It might not be 32 overs. I think they might take it at 4.
4, yeah. So still 22 overs until the 32 over mark.
Yeah. I'm guessing they might say tea will be taken at 4, whatever.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Or possibly. And Middlesex will be hoping at the change of innings.
Yes. So here goes Brooks. He's in, bowls, and he's scooped up into the air. Long leg comes in. It's going to be just short, I think it is. Holden threw out 2 hands to try and get there. Couldn't scoop the hands underneath it. He might have just made it, but it was literally at the point where hands, ground and ball all collided together, so I don't think really could have got his hands under it. Not sure if he quite got it straight away, which is understandable. It takes a moment, doesn't it, to judge just how it's going and where it's going.
Horrible those, aren't they?
Yeah.
Diving forward.
3 wickets left. I reckon Middlesex will be hoping that they'll take this before tea, actually, because tea's still, as you say, what, 40 minutes away. As forward goes, minimum of 40 minutes away, as forward goes Green pushing up to mid-on. I doubt very much Middlesex will want this to still be going for 40 minutes, because by that point the lead will be pushing up towards 400, won't it, if you think about maybe 60 runs an hour. Already leading by 3:30, and if things start to happen quickly, you never know whether the run rate goes up. They'll be hoping that indeed they can slow it right down with wickets and finish this off. 6th ball coming up for Green. 3rd ball of Brooks's 13th over. 2 for 60 he has. He bowls now and that's clipped away nicely through mid-wicket. Green off the mark with at least a couple here. Deep mid-wicket is moving rapidly. Who is that? Fast fielder, whoever it is. I think it's Josh DeCary's. He's covered the ground. They've got back for 3 as you'd imagine they would, because it really did push right into the cow corner position. 239 for 7. 3-3-2 the lead. Here's Brooks in, bowls, and this down the leg side is taken by the keeper. 239 for 7. Cox 25, Green 3. Fifth over of the innings. It is the time when you hope to score runs, when the ball's that little bit softer. Kimber scored a few. Cox is getting in on the act. He's facing Brooks now. Deep backward square, long leg, deep backward point, 1 slip. And Brooks in, bowls, and forward goes. Cox pushes a quick single to mid-on. Good running. 240 for 7. The lead is 3-3-3. 1 ball to come of Brooks's 13th. Busy behind the glass in the meets, all looking on. Had their lunch. Minds will be turning to tea soon enough. And the friends of Grace Road and their wonderful cakes.
They look sensational, don't
They do.
We might have to divide those up.
Yes. It's Brooks in, bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Green. 240 for 7. We need to find a knife, don't we? Well, they're too big just to devour as they are. Oh.
10 past 4. It'll still be early, won't it? I mean, compared to, there'll still be more than 32 overs by early. That's what I mean. But
did you hear that was announced as due to the rain and various other reasons? What were the various other reasons?
The various other reasons being that umpire Blackwell wants his cake.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Who knows? Or the delays, I suppose, in retrieving the ball when
yes.
Kimber was whacking it into Milligan Road. Roland Jones persevering from the pavilion end, comes in to Ben Cox bowls. Cox just defends, gets everything behind it, blocks it back down the pitch on the on side. This is his 21st over of the innings, Toby Roland Jones, 4 for 65. But after this game, you've made the point, he gets a nice rest again.
Yeah.
No T20s. Leicestershire have 2 T20s at the end of the week on Friday and Saturday. At Nottingham and at home to Derby. Roland Jones bowls. Nice swing. That's a good appeal for leg before Ben Cox goes. He looks back in sorrow rather than anger. It was swinging back. It pitched, for me, around about leg and was probably swinging back to hit leg and middle. So 5 wickets for Toby Roland Jones. Well bowled. 9 wickets for the match for him, and he is keeping Middlesex in this game. 240 for 8.
Yep. That one, he went a long way back and across, didn't he? You really felt, goodness me, he's gone so far across there, it's got to be. Unless he's got outside the line of off, he's gone that far across to be struck on the back foot. Full delivery as well, no doubt on that element of it. An 8th wicket goes. What did we say? It needed to be kind of a 5 for 50, and that would have had them all out for 300. 333 is the lead. And Middlesex, well, it's the Kimber effect, wasn't it, really, that's pushed this up and above. But yeah, he went a long way back and across there, didn't he, on that one?
Just shaping back in nicely. Ben Mike, on the back of his 5 wickets in the Middlesex innings, comes to the crease. Will that bowling performance give him confidence with the bat? He can hit a long ball.
I was going to say, and with his history against Middlesex as well.
Yeah.
He, yes, he's slapped it around 99 not out at Lords.
But well bowled. TRJ, 5 for 65 from 20.2 overs. Obviously he was helped by Higgins in the first innings, but in the second he's kind of almost had to do it himself, hasn't he, really? And he has. Brooks has found a couple of good ones, hasn't he? He's come to the party, so to speak. And Higgins has the other. So, what will Leicestershire want? Well, as I say, time isn't a factor, so as much as possible, really. I don't think they'll be comfortable even now. They know they'll have to bowl well in the second innings. Middlesex will not bat in the way that they did in the first, I suspect. Roland Jones, looking for a 10th wicket in the game, is in. Bowls to Mike. Oh, that stays a bit low, Mike. And it comes back a bit. Mike plays it well on the back foot and looks back down the wicket. Didn't quite stay as low as the one that pinned Scott Curry this morning. But there is still plenty there for the seamers to work with.
So tea now would only be taken if this innings ended at 4 o'clock. It would be taken at 4, wouldn't it? But if it's taken at, if this innings ended at 3:59, they'd go out for an over.
Theoretically, in goes Roland Jones, a lovely outswinger that drifts past the outside edge of Ben Mike's bat.
So if the wicket were to fall now, Middlesex would have 50 minutes to bat until tea. If the 2 wickets was fall.
Yeah. You know,
they ideally need to make this happen quickly here, I think, don't they? And to have a Or I don't know, what do they... what do you know? I don't think there's a good answer for the Middlesex openers here, is there? It's either 50 minutes and you can actually get your teeth into the start of your innings, or 20 minutes. Maybe we can get through 20 minutes. Can we get through 50 minutes, though?
Roland Jones bowls. Mike turns it defensively out towards mid-wicket. Straight delivery, doesn't swing quite as much.
Oh.
Everybody waving at the pavilion. Ryan Higgins wants, I don't know what that signal means, Gully.
Whistling and waving. It's like a 1930s Hollywood movie, isn't it? Wolf whistles. I've just given DT the hook, but I don't know whether that means he's going home. He's packing up his bag, or whether he's coming in to help us out for a bit.
Roland Jones is in, bowls. He's appealing for leg before. Again, that one wasn't coming back enough. Mike advanced down the wicket and tried to whip it away into the leg side. Came off the pad, and it didn't quite do enough to persuade umpire Peveril that that too was worthy of a raised finger. Mike takes the leg by 241 for 8. The lead 3-3-4. End of the over.
We've got an hour to tea, haven't we? Well, it might not be that long because change of innings. But I don't think we've got DT for long. No, he's going home. He's off. Give him a wave. He's away.
Places to go, people to see,
Aye.
deals to do, countries to fly to.
Yeah, I think he's off to another ground, isn't he? Did he
He's
say
off to-
where?
Well, he's off to Thailand tomorrow. he
Oh,
said. So maybe he's heading
to an airport.
back somewhere nearer.
Yeah.
A large airport. I don't think you can fly to Thailand from East Midlands.
It's a brave time to set off, isn't it? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd be thinking leave it and go at 7. Cheery old chap, he's off. Safe travels.
Well, he did see Louis Kimber hit 4 consecutive
Yeah,
sixes.
exactly.
It was worth the journey. 4 huge sixes over the leg side.
Here comes Brooks in, bowls, and Mike clips this one in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Quick single is taken, I think, in 2. No. 242 for 8. Lead 3-3-5. We don't need to cut the cake into quite as many slices now. Although I wish he'd stayed for the cake. He could have done our waistlines a favour. Although it's proper stuff, it wouldn't be full of preservatives and... So I was going to say conservatives. Here's a ease to backward point by Green. There's no run. The preservatives, conservatives?
Hopefully neither. All natural ingredients, well, naturalish.
That's what I mean. Of friends of the family, it'll have friends of Grace Road, it'll have none of that.
Yeah, they're all baked by the FOGR.
Yeah.
You know, nothing is bought in.
Exactly. Yeah. It'll all be good stuff. Here goes Brooks. Bowls from wide on the crease, and that's clipped away through mid-wicket. Wow, that's a good piece of timing by Green. That's raced to the big boundary. Where I think that's our mate John Mallett with his camera picking up the ball for Josh de Carey's. Goodness me, that raced away.
It was a super piece of timing. He's a broad-shouldered man, isn't he, Ben Green? Don't get banging on about his side, but he's a big fella size. He's a big fella.
Mm. Brooks bowls, solid forward defence, into the offside it goes. Bowling Brooksy. It's a cry from somewhere out in the middle. He wasn't undone, was he, by that onslaught from Kimber? Would have done for a few bowlers, and he thought, right, go on, take a break, mate. Keeps going, plugging away, 2 for 69. He's off again. Past the umpire, he bowls, and oh, a little dabble, beauty from Green. Through it goes to the keeper. That's what this pitch, this match needs, isn't it, from the bowlers? I mean, it's about what any match needs. It's just the top of off stump. Nag at it, keep going. Sometimes a pitch might not have much in it, and batters can just go and sit on the front foot there and block it out, and you can't get past the edge. But there's plenty in this match just to sit there, and then they come up with their tactics, don't they? The bumpers, the field positions, how to dry up the runs if the wickets aren't coming. Wickets are coming in this one. You've just got to hang to the top of off stump as best you can, and that's where it's placed on this occasion. But Green gives himself room and slaps it on the up through the covers for 4 more. Roland Jones for a moment thought about diving after it, then he just had to turn and chase it. Green moves to 11. Leicestershire moved to 250 for 8 at the end of Brooks's 14th over. He has 2 for 73. We've had 57 overs of this third innings of the match here at Grace Road. And the hosts lead by 343.
Thought for a minute he hadn't quite got all of that. In fact, he got plenty of it. And it is still a very quick outfield, made even faster by the little shower of rain. Roland Jones is just going to keep going here till it's all over, and then he's going to go into the dressing room, put his feet up, say right to his batters, get on with it. 21 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 65. He wants that 6th wicket. He wants a match 10 for. Turns. In he goes, bowls to Mike, who is forward. Straight back to him. Roland Jones, that is, goes the ball. A solitary crow, or corvid of some kind, croaks away in the trees over there to our right, behind the meet, I think. There it goes again, in the distance. A little bit of dark cloud around, but it's sort of passing away as the wind gets up underneath it, passing away slightly to the south, so heading away from the ground now. Roland Jones bowls, stays a bit low, Mike goes back, forces it out into the offside. Mid-off, who is probably Brooks, dives away to his left to make the stop. Took a long time to get there, despite those long legs, and it was a long way down, but he did get there. Roland Jones is much amused by the work that Brooks had to put in there. Mike picks up a single, rehearses the back foot force, and quite time it made Brooks's life rather difficult at mid-off. Green, who's on 11, is now on strike. His confidence too, I'm sure, will have been raised by his 4 wickets in the first innings. Roland Jones is in to him, short ball, he goes down and baseball style clubs it over mid-off for a 3 bounce 4. Long on is out, but he couldn't get across to long off in time to cut it off, so the charge came in, banged it in, Roland Jones, but there was width to it, so he could still swing his arms and swing through the line of the ball. Ben Green moves on to 15, 255 for 8, the lead, 348. Mid-off goes back to long off. Roland Jones is in, bowls Fuller, Green, little shuffle, nothing like the charge of the previous delivery, and then plays it firmly but carefully, circumspectly through the now vacant mid-on area, down towards long on, and takes 1, moves on to 16. Middlesex would now need 350 to win the game.
Yeah. What was that chase? 386?
380 something, wasn't it? Yeah. Jones bowls Fullish to Mike, who's driving in the air, but he's got it in the gap, wide of Fernandez, wide of Bamber, between the pair of them and out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Roland Jones tells his gully, Ryan Higgins, to come out of gully and go into sort of a catching position at extra cover. A little bit closer than conventional extra cover for sure. He's only sort of 4 pitches back. Fernandez isn't far from being directly behind him. Roland Jones bowls. Mike gets the ball that just lifts on him on off stump a bit, but he plays it well. Leans forward, dabs it down towards gully. First slip. Robson has to run out to field. Mike takes 1, keeps the strike. Moves on to 7, 261 for 8. 50 minutes until tea. That's 58 overs bowled with this ball, so still 22 overs left with it. How many runs can Leicestershire get off them? They've only got those 2 wickets in hand now. Who's to come? I'm trying to remember who the last man is. It is Matt Salisbury, of course it is.
I was trying to think of it without looking. I couldn't. You beat me.
The Great Wall. I had to look it up.
The Wall of Salisbury. Higgins, 261 for 8. Excuse me. He's getting a natter with his skipper Roland Jones. Brooks, who he replaces, is actually I was going to say he's mid on. He's not. Brooks is on the square. Where's he going to be positioned? Extra cover. Deploy is now cover. Deep backward point. Slip Robson, he's quite wide. Long leg, deep backward square. Deep mid wicket. And it's Ben Mike on 7. Memories of Lords 2 years ago, perhaps on Middlesex's mind, as Higgins moves into bowl. Very wide slip, in fact, Robson, it must be said. It's a slow ball bouncer, and it's hooked away by Mike out to deep mid wicket for a single where Holman fields. 261, 262 for 8. 355 the lead. Live cricket here at County Road. County Grace Road in the County Championship.
County Ground.
County Road in the Grace Championship. 2-6. Oh, well done, sir. Have you managed such a clean cut? Oh, well done. Back of a spoon. Well done. This ball's pushed away to mid-on for a single. Green moves to 17.
Ridiculously good. Sorry.
Ridiculously good, I think.
Whoever made a coconut cake. Mwah.
Raspberry and coconut, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, I say.
That does look very good. And we should be making our way through it over the next 50 minutes. What we'll do then at tea, I don't know, but that's what we'll be doing for the next 50 minutes. 2-6-3 for 8, probably a few laps of the ground. That's what we'll be doing. Here's Higgins in. Bowls past the edge of Mike, who has a little dabble at that one. Yes, thank you kindly once again. Friends of Grace Road, of which there are many, I can tell you, despite what the elite would like.
Especially when they produce cakes like that.
Well, yes. Yes, indeed.
Oh, my word.
It's Higgins into the crease now. He bowls and edged by Mike down to the vacant deep third. Fernandez with a long chase. This is tight. He'll just pick it up. And they'll take a couple. Well done, Nate. Cry from Robson at slip. Turn to cake. How many balls left to the over 2?
It is, yes.
Need a kettle to go on as well, though, don't we? We should have got TT to make us a cup before he went. Put the kettle on, DT. Actually, I haven't had a cup of tea yet in this match. This feels like a tea afternoon. I'm going to have a cup of tea this afternoon. Here's Higgins. Bowl short. That's swatted up in the air, but he's placed it wide of... Well, I'm not sure he has placed it quite there. I thought he was placed it straight of deep mid-wicket and wide of... a deep mid-on, and it was wide of a deep mid-on, but not quite as wide as he'd have hoped. I think I saw him having a natter with his dad at tea. Would I be right?
You were, yes, yeah. Greg was here at lunch. Yeah, they were having a
gave
chat.
him a smile because I did meet him at Lords, but kind of gave him a double look and then gave him a smile.
Lovely chap, yeah. He was down at Hove as well. He loves to come and watch.
Yeah.
Ben.
Goes Higgins bowls short, and this is pulled away out to mid-wicket for a single. Green moves to 18. Tim Mercer's parents were great cricket watchers. They'd follow Mercer around. There he'd go. Luke Holman's dad, Pete, would often get to a game as well. Sometimes see Josh DeCary's old fella. Hard to pick out though, you don't often recognise him.
Louis Kimber's parents are often at the ground watching him. Certainly Rishi Patel's are. Louis often are, but they weren't at Hove. So whether they've now been banned, I don't know. I'm sure they haven't. On superstition, on the grounds of superstition. Well, Roland Jones has finally decided enough is enough, and he's going to have a little bit of a break. And he's going to turn to Ethan Bamba to see if he can finish off this Leicestershire second innings. 2 wickets needed by Middlesex. The lead is 360. There are still potentially 46 overs left to be bowled today, and actually looking away to where the weather has been coming from, we've got a decent chance of getting them all, quite frankly, because it looks pretty light over there for the first time. I don't think they'll switch the floodlights off because it is still grey and cloudy in Leicestershire. I suspect we'll be hoping that they don't. Bamber points to Fernandez and says, go a bit deep at extra cover. He still has a long on and a long off as he runs into bowl to Ben Green. Slower ball, good one as well. Almost Yorker length, a little bit of swing there. Green waits for it and just bunts it back down the pitch to Bamber. Bambo, good Bambo, says one of his teammates. Long off has gone up to mid-off, or at least halfway there, Roland Jones. He's not quite up at mid-off, there's very much a single to him. Bamber is in again, similar delivery, length is back slightly and it's a quicker ball. Green again makes a very clean contact as he plays it firmly back down the pitch. Bamber fields in his follow through. Green 18, Mike 11, partnership for the 9th wicket, 27 now. Leicester have got their run rate up to 4.5, and actually the over rate is something Middlesex need to be aware of as well. Bamber is in, short, looking for the pull is Green, pulls over the top of it, doesn't get up, hits the thigh pad, drops down. More or less at his feet, it is +3. Scorers can usually fiddle one off it, but not much better than that. They don't want this innings to end with an over rate of +3, because that'll be that. There will be a points deduction, at least of 1 point. Remember, they have 3 bonus points to their name. The most either side is going to get from this game is on that basis, as Bamber is in and bowls. Again, slightly slower delivery, full and a little bit of swing and clipped to mid-wicket. It's going to be 19 points, isn't it? Whoever wins, somebody's going to get 19, somebody is going to get 3, or they will get 3 as long as they don't have a points deduction. Middlesex could lose a point if they lose the game as well, or if they win it as well. In goes Bamber and bowls, feeling for it outside off stump is Green, looking to nurdle it down to third man, I suspect. Went past his outside edge, taken by Davies.
You were right, Richard. That cake's phenomenal.
It is a perler, isn't it?
Yeah. Coconut and raspberry cake.
How was the carrot bit, which
that
has already gone down?
That went down
as well.
so quickly, I don't even know. I couldn't tell you. It was gone in a flash.
I glanced to my left and it's gone. In goes Bamber and bowls down the wicket goes Green. Big swing, top edge. It's flying down to third man for 4. Well, a big yahoo is all that could be described as from Ben Green, but he got just about enough on it. It bounces into the advertising hoardings in front of the hospitality marquee alongside the Turner Indoor Centre. Green on to 22 at a runner ball. Leicestershire on to 271 for 8. The lead is now 364.
We've got 40 minutes to tea. It's been pushed back to 10 past 4 because of a bit of afternoon rain. In Leicester. Can we say in Leicester? Or are we just south of Leicester?
No,
we say
we're
in
in
Leicester? Yeah.
More part of this. This is the Aylestone district of Leicester, but very much in the city here.
It never actually occurred to me to check that before, but some pedant out there said we're not actually in Leicester anymore. Gone far enough south.
We very much are. It's only about a mile to the city centre, I would say, if that really.
It's Higgins. Excuse me. Spreading his field. A deep mid-on, a deep mid-off, deep point. They have now got a long leg, a deep third, as well as long leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket. Here he goes. Bowls to Mike, and that's why. Oh, it's fine of him. 4 runs. I was going to say that's why Robson's in place, but he's guided it nicely. He wasn't fine enough. At deep third, Robson. Having a bit of fun now, aren't they, Leicestershire? 275 for 8. Would it be, well, something beginning with 400? I mean, that's going to be right up there in terms of chases, isn't it? As here we sit on the second day of the game. How many overs still to go? Over 60 gone in this innings. And they're about 40, blimey, we're not barely past the halfway point of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot of cricket left to be played today. And as I say, the set fair, really.
Yeah, as you said, the extra half an hour. Middlesex could well have knocked off the 400 tonight.
That would be a day to remember for sure. It's yeah, we'll go for it, boys.
Higgins bowls and Mike drives at that one. He was searching slightly in a thick edge. Deflects to Leicestershire, backward point. They're going to be a grumpy bunch when I go and ask for an interview tonight, aren't they? Unless this day ends very, very well. We shall see. Higgins in, hits the crease now, he bowls, and that's clipped away nicely by Mike. In between mid-wicket and mid-on, and a long chase here for Bamber. This is tight. Has he done it? He has. He picks himself up, and he will get back to scoop that ball back in. Well, he scooped it already, gets back to pick himself up and throw it back in, but that was really tough. Goodness me, that was fine work by Bamber. They've run 3. All of that effort to save 1. All counts at the end of the match, though, doesn't it? In comes Higgins once more. Bowls now, it's short and it's hooked hard, and that is going to be 4. There's no stopping that one. It thumps back off the bottom of one of those floodlights. That would have made an almighty thud if you were close by. Almost like hitting a giant stump with a cricket ball for Mike. Did he get a bonus point for that? For Green, my apologies.
A clang, shouldn't there, of some kind?
There should have been. I'm sure my eyes.
Might have been one.
I'm sure my eye saw that hit the. Which way is the wind going? It's coming over our shoulder, isn't it? So it's going that way.
Taking the sound away.
I mean, it could have been the advertising board, but even still, you would have thought you'd have heard a thud. But I'm sure my eye saw it hit the bottom of that steel metallic floodlight. As forward goes Green, he pushes the next ball for a single out to Fernandez at deep point. Green moves to 27. 283 for 8. The lead is 376.
I think when, and I may be wrong about this ground, but I think when the floodlights were first installed at Chelmsford, there was, may have not been Chelmsford, but a ground down around there somewhere. They were sponsored by an egg company, and if you made the floodlights clang, I know you got a load of eggs. So the player got a load of free eggs, as I recall. I may have got that story slightly askew, but I don't think they're sponsored here individually.
Higgins bowls, it's short and it's pulled hard. Out to deep mid-wicket, a single taken. Mike moves to 19. And he'll keep the strike because that's the end of the over. Higgins has 1 for 49 in this innings from 12. 284 for 8. Green has 27. Partnership's worth 44. Which is really worth noting, isn't it? Because when Cox and Kimber were together, I thought, this could go a long way. And then when they were out, Middlesex would have had aspirations of wrapping this up. But again, we talked about 350, didn't we? Right, they've got to stop it at 350 now. Well, the next margin is they've got to stop this before 400, surely.
There's no incentive for Leicestershire to declare unless they want to bowl under the cloud, under the lights, which may or may not be on tomorrow. But yeah, Middlesex very much on the defensive, really, given the number of fielders on the boundary. Bamber looks around him. It's a most odd field. In he goes to bowl to Ben Mike. Again, that slower ball. Mike gets it full on middle and leg, just tickles it around the corner down towards long leg. takes his single, gets Green back on to strike. Green on 27, Mike 20. The partnership 45 for the 9th wicket now. There are almost 3 men on the sort of lofted drive for Ben Mike. Now there are just 2. I mean, Higgins is still in there 4 pitches away. That extra cover for the drive hit in the air. But that over it could be +4 if they don't get a move on here. Middlesex, Roland Jones having long conversations with Bamber. They move the conventional extra cover out to backward point. It's a slightly more conventional field now. Bamber is into Green, who's down the wicket, swinging into the air. It goes. It's going to land safe about halfway back towards the extra cover boundary. In comes Max Holden to field, and 2 are taken. Green on to 29, 287 for 8. 380 the lead.
Nasser from Roland Jones to Bamber. Word for his fellow non-T20 playing bowler, Higgins and Brooks, bowling the T20, but not these 2.
Bamber into Green, it just leans forward and then rather cleverly turns the bat face so the ball runs through the vacant gully area down towards third man, and Jog walks a single, moves on to 30, 288 for 8. I guess they'll also be thinking the longer Middlesex are in the field, the more tired the batters will be. But Mike will be bowling possibly the opening overs as Bamber is in, bowls to him. You heard the note as he saw it. The ball that is moving towards Fernandez, who's at the backward point.
Quietened again, haven't they? It's funny how it goes. They all cheer themselves up, don't they? And then as soon as it just falls silence, it continues to fall flat. Until somebody out there tries to get it going. Deep thirds, maybe moved a little bit finer. Not sure who it was that made the call.
Bamber is into Mike, stays a touch low. He adjusts well. It was short enough to give him time to adjust. There, Ben Mike. He remains on 20.
Excuse me.
None for 56 for Ethan Bamber in this second innings so far. Last ball of the over. Runs in and bowls to Mike on the legs, clipped away down towards deep backward square. There should be 2 in it. There will be 2 in it. Bisected the 2 fielders down there. Brings up the 50 partnership for Leicestershire's 9th wicket. Mike has 22 of 22. Green, who came in before him, has 30. Run rate still 4.7. The lead now 3-8-3. 22. So another half an hour until lunch. Till tea even.
Wishful thinking.
No, not
second lunches.
Not anymore. It was a jolly good lunch. Thank you again to Leicestershire for. I had a sort of mushroom and Stilton sort of, well, pasty. That sounds a bit. It was better than that. It was a sort of folded pastry arrangement.
Yeah, it looked good.
It was good.
There was another mention of Lord of the Rings. Their second lunch. That was the Hobbits, wasn't it? They had 3 breakfasts, second lunch.
3 breakfasts, did they?
Yeah. Luke Holman into the attack. Bit of spin from the Bennett end. Let's try and end this for Middlesex. It's been painful. 290 for 8. 21 wickets on the first day, only 7 on the second, and one of those a night watch. Woods. Trying to remember the night watch's name. Gone blank now. Curry have been in ahead of Green.
No.
He'd have come in after, so he'd have still been to come out. Holman flipping the ball to extra cover.
Kimber isn't still around. He does like a spinner.
Least deploys that cover fielder receiving the ball from Holman. He's ready to go. He's got a slip in place and he's in, bowls, and nearly gets him first ball. Inside edge, past the leg stump, down to fine leg it goes. Stephen Eskenazi's on as a sub fielder, and they've run 2.
Goodness me.
Was it the googly first ball from Holman? He turns his googly bigger than a leg spinner.
Just sort of kind of went straight on a bit. I think he was looking for a bit of spin that didn't really happen. Took the inside edge, and it did stay a bit low as well.
Oh, rain again. Could bring an early tea. We've got half an hour until the rescheduled interval. Umbrella's up on the far side of the ground. This ball's leg side and clipped away for a single out to deep square. To a deep mid wicket. Looking for a slog sweep out there.
Yeah, every club batter would have tried to hit that into Milligan Road, wouldn't they? Every single.
Yeah.
Green was careful.
Gray 4x4 pulls in from the Milligan Road. Green gates of Grace Road pulled back to allow the entry, and back they go. Headlights on, so that tells you the light here. As Mike on 22 awaits, and Holman steps in. Bowls, this is clipped back on the square on the leg side. Eskenazi, the sub fielder, collects. Slip in place, backward point, deep point, cover mid off, long on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and backward square. Holman is in, bowls, and this is stroked down to long on for a single. And 294 for 8 it is. 387 now is the lead. Let's look back, because it was somewhere around this, wasn't it? 386 was set, was it? Or 386 was the target. And draw up that game. Harris and I've forgotten his name again. Ackerman, thank you. Here's a short ball from Holman. It's pushed to mid wicket and there's no run. Won't be hard to find. Harris and Ackerman, Middlesex scorecard. 378. They gunned down, says Cricinfo on their headline, as this is driven out to deep cover for a single. The rain continues to spit. The umpires thinking about it, thinking about it, thinking about it, and we're going to have an early tea.
Yeah.
295 for 8. And Mike politely pulls up the stumps, takes off the bails for the umpire. What a nice young man. And then he goes to wait, and then he nearly runs off, but then he waits for Green to come and join him. 295 for 8 it is, Mike 23, Green 34. You'd imagine this will be a prompt 20-minute break, and we'll be back on because it is only a passing show. Although looking back at the city behind us. 20-minute break at least for tea.
It is tea.
Yeah. And behind us, a veil of grain does look as though it's maybe falling over the city as well, actually. So we shall see, but a minimum 20 minutes as we'll take tea.
And we'll be back with you in around 19 minutes. For now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, we'll say good afternoon. one of those two is dismissed. Middlesex picked up 4 wickets in the afternoon session. 149 for 4 at lunch, Leicestershire, and it was an entertaining session then, because what's that, the best part of 146 runs, is it? 146 runs scored in the session. 4 wickets fell. Harry Swindle's Lewis Goldsworthy, Louis Kimber, who hit 4 consecutive sixes off Henry Brooks before Brooks had his revenge, and Ben Cox, the men to go. There are still 42 overs remaining to be bowled tonight, if we get them, light permitting. That's the amused chuckle of Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, alongside myself, Richard Ray, of BBC Radio Leicester. It'll be a long old day, Kevin.
It will.
Get them all.
Here goes Bamber. He's got a slip and a gully in place, and he bowls now short of a length outside the off stump. And goodness me, I thought we started another session with a wicket. It goes through to the keeper though, with no contact made. And it's a dot ball into the scorebook, but a prod at the surface from the batters. A little bit of enthusiasm as well.
A statement from the Leicestershire County Cricket Club was issued during the tea interval, confirming that seam bowler Chris Wright will return to playing from 19th of July.
Bamber's in, bowls, and this is clipped away. Just fine a mid-wicket, deep squares there. They have a single clip from a straight line, 296 for 8.
And I quote, following the completion of a 9-month suspension imposed by the National Anti-Doping Panel. No more than that. Circumstances have been the subject, as you can imagine, of considerable speculation.
He was almost off to Sussex, wasn't he?
He was.
And he ended up
do a deal with them.
Staying as his Bamber slipping a gully crouch down. He bowls full and straight. Mike pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no end. Interesting to see if they go with Holman again at the far end, having bowled pretty well before T. Nearly got the wicket, didn't he? First ball inside edge, past the stumps. It's not to be for Holman. Comes Banbury bowls. This is punched away out to deep point, and no 1 run taken again.
Surprising as it sounds, Ben Green, I mean, this is only his 19th first-class game, but his highest first-class score is only 54, so could beat it. Not so very far away. 19 runs.
Bamber. It's a very upright stance of Green. He bowls, and this is defended from that upright stance, very upright position as he played it off his legs down to mid-on. Josh to Carey's. Said a quick hello to Josh the other day. Said, any sign of your dad yet? Said something about hurricane over there. Had him stuck at the moment. There was, just after the World Cup, hurricane something or other.
I've heard, yeah, there was something about that today as well, wasn't there?
Well, yeah.
Ongoing storms over there.
Yeah. Well, it's hurricane season. I spoke to Roland Butcher, who was down doing the game for the BBC at Lords before the World Cup, just before he was away. It may have been the Leicestershire game, was it? As this ball's played away into the offside. Was Roland Butcher there with us for that? No, maybe he wasn't. One of the games at Lords anyway, and he said that the big risk that they're taking is that this is going into hurricane season in the Caribbean. But of course the IPL went on as it did, and as a result the World Cup was pushed into hurricane season in the Caribbean and the US. Strange days indeed. 297 for 8 here, Green 35, Mike 24. But days we are now accustomed to, Richard.
Indeed. The fair-haired figure of Luke Holman.
Yeah.
Lose his sweater.
I wondered. Seems the right move against the tail that maybe they'll sky one.
He's going to have a bowl from the Bennett end with, as you would imagine, a long on and long off. That said, both are around 15 yards inside the ropes. They're saying to Ben Mike, or he is saying to Ben Mike, go ahead, try and clear them. Holman is in, tosses it right up, and Mike drives out into the extra cover area. takes the first one quickly, thinking about a second. The throw is in quickly from Fernandez, and that was the key. It wasn't a great throw, it was over Holman, but Mike and Green had stayed after thinking about a second in their respective creases. So Holman will have Green at whom to bowl. Tosses it up, Green swings, thick inside edge, and it trickles out to backward square. Not convincing from Ben Green. Suspect he prefer the ball coming onto the bat a little bit more quickly. It's tossed up again by Holman, and Green is hitting firmly only as far as Stoneman, who's at mid-wicket, moving across to his left. A bit more about right. In goes Holman, and it's punched out into the offside. So a little bit more detail. And I'll sort of read that too. It's quite difficult, Holman getting through his overs quite quickly. Oh, having said that, Green wants a new bat. He's cracked his bat, so I might get a bit in. Chris was provisionally suspended. This is the statement from Leicestershire in October 2023 after, quote, the consumption of a contaminated supplement returned a surprising adverse analytical finding for something called ostarine. Following a hearing on 1st of May, the panel imposed a 9-month suspension, backdated to October. Taking account of scientific evidence, the panel accepted Chris had no intention to breach anti-doping rules, and he has since been allowed to resume training at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Leicestershire has wholeheartedly supported Chris through this challenging period and will continue to do so as he works towards a return to playing this month. They thank supporters for their patience regarding Chris's previously unexplained absence and reiterate an unwavering focus on prioritising Chris's welfare. In goes Holman, bowls, driven by Green out to wide-ish, mid-off. In comes Higgins to field from that almost long-off position, and one is taken. There are some quotes from Chris Wright as well. Come back to those in a minute. 299 for 8 as Holman is in. Mike is forward, defending out to extra cover, and there is no run. 299 for 8 means the lead is now 392 with those 2 second innings wickets in hand. Chris says he was shocked to find out he'd tested positive. He had been, quote, using a fruit supplement at the time purchased from a well-known manufacturer which had no sports performance enhancing capability. I disclosed this fully on my doping control form before I provided a sample as required that returned the adverse result. I am extremely fortunate that with the help of scientific experts, I was able to identify the supplement was contaminated with ostarine, a synthetic substance that ought not to be in any food product in the UK, and the ECB has accepted this. There's been no explanation from the supplement manufacturer. I did not attempt to take any such substance and could not have known the supplement was contaminated. The panel found I bore no significant fault.
Good man, Righty. Here's Bamba, slip and a gully. He's in, bowls, and this is driven away out to deep cover for a single, and there's the 300 up. 300 for 8. Lead by 393. Green moves to 37. My first cricket summariser, Chris Wright, as I seem to remember all those years ago. I can remember vividly a tent at Uxbridge where we were commentating together, and he and Nick Compton were on 12th and 13-man duties that day, and I'd not met Compton at the time. Compton stuck his head in the tent. Righty, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm commentating, Compo. I'll do that, you go and do the drinks. Here's Bamba, bowls, and this ball's driven out to deep point for a single. 301 for 8 is the score. And if Righty's tuned in right now, he'd be nodding knowingly. Yep, that sounds like Compo. I couldn't get Compo off the mic after that. We also had a great day up at York. Well, I say great day, great evening. In a day-night game. Righty summarising for me in a one-day cup game. in the old football stand up there. I used to commentate over that side, right in the middle of all the Yorkshire fans. Fair bit flying around that night. Here goes Banbury's in, bowls, and this is left alone through to the keeper. 301 for 8 it remains. Happy days, good times.
I remember meeting Richie Benno up there when I was there.
Ooh.
Purely as a spectator. I was quite young.
You met him in the football stand end or just at Headingley?
No, at the football stand end, just at the back of the commentary boxes. I was in an executive box for once. I think that's the only time I've ever been in a
newspaper one.
No.
Is Banbury's in, bowls, and this dabbed away into the offside. No run. Who was it? Oh, you can't say. I was going to quiz you. Who was it then?
I was invited by a lawyer, I think, who I knew when I was working for a building society many years ago. When I was on the dark side, working for the man.
I never knew you had that side to you as well.
Very
Man
dark.
of many tricks.
Got out of it as quickly as I could.
Bamba. Pulls, and down the track comes Green, swings hard, and he swings it over the header slip. Soars away for 4. 305 for 8. The lead nudges towards 400.
Not where he intended. He's done that a couple of times, actually. Top-edged one over the wicketkeeper and slips into the car park.
Yep. I do wonder whether spin was correct. The correct ploy, maybe. Oh, look how far it's gone. He's all the way. It's nearly up to my car there. Careful. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio London, live here at Grace Road. You can see Championship Cricket live on the BBC Sport website and app. Also on the streams. Pick up the links via the club websites for all the games. Off goes Bamba once more. It's the crease, bowls, and that's carved away. Cut out to cover. Next Holden comes to collect. 399. Middlesex will have to score something beginning with 4 if they're to win this game now.
So July 19th, well, there's irony. He's available for the, I don't think he'd be picked for it, for the final T20 game, which happens to be at Edgbaston, his old stamping ground, against the Birmingham Bears. More likely, I suspect, he'll play in the one-day cup game on the 24th, here against Nottinghamshire. Holman steps in and bowls to Green. And an impression of sort of controlled violence from Green as he strokes that one out to mid-off. Restraining himself rather. He's on 42 or 44. Holman steps in and bowls. Green is forward. On driving. Was a little bit done in the flight there, but he's got it out to Bamba, coming in from the long on boundary. The lead is 400 now, so Middlesex will need to score 401 to win the game, at least. Holman is in, forward is Mike, just working the ball back up the pitch on the on side. Bowls, Mike drives, but it will be stopped, falling to his right at extra cover by De Caires, I think, who's out there at the moment. 307 for 8 remains the score. In goes Holman. Defensive shot again, more or less on the back foot from Ben Mike.
Long off drops back.
He's improved the over rate, Holman, already. It's gone down to +1. Goes in and bowls. Mike is again beaten in the flight rather. He went forward, looked to drive, wasn't at the pitch of the ball, and it was in the air for a few feet as it went out into the covers. End of the over, 307 for 8. I'll see if I can find some of the margins of victory, sort of highest total in the fourth innings against Leicestershire. Highest fourth innings totals against Leicestershire. Well,
you'll have that Harris and not the Marcus Harris, on James Harris winning runs from what, 5?
That was, in 2018.
5 years ago. There we go.
Yeah.
What was that one?
And that's the highest Middlesex have made against Leicestershire.
Bamber's in, slipping a gully. This ball's down to backward point. Forgive me, what was that one? What was the winning total in the end?
383.
Yeah. So there was 383 in that, and that was where I had the 386 wrong, wasn't it? And then there was the 37. Was it 376? I just said the Leicestershire versus Middlesex. 378. 243 run stand, and which is pretty much what it's going to be for Middlesex in this chase. They're going to need something like that, aren't they? A 200 run stand. This is what I was saying about the point of whether it's 290 or 360 they're chasing. Well, it's 300 at 400 at the moment. Bamber's in, bowls outside of the off stump. That goes through.
Well, 5 times in their history, in the Leicestershire history, have teams made 400 in the final innings to beat them. Those teams being Yorkshire at Scarborough in 05, Kent here 01, Yorkshire here 05. So Yorkshire twice scored over 400 to beat them in the same season in the final innings. Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in 76.
Oh, sorry, that's me, is it? I thought you were going. This is Easter away into the offside, and there's no run.
Sorry, in 26, so a long time ago, and the highest was Surrey, actually, here at Grace Road in 2001, when Surrey made 478 for 9 to win the game. So that was an exciting game. All results possible off the final ball.
He goes Bamber again. 400 the lead. Bamber bowls. It's a block hole delivery. It's dug out by Green, and a no ball called. 309 for 8. 402 the lead. Oh, Richard. This is pushing ever more towards a Leicestershire victory, or the most remarkable of all chases for Middlesex here. They did chase 472 to beat Yorkshire at Lords. Chris Rogers scored 241 not out, but Yorkshire had already won the title in that match earlier in the game, if that gives you a little nudge perhaps as to the mindset. As here's Bamber outside of the off stump, through it goes to the keeper, and there's no run. That's not to say that anything should be taken away from Middlesex's achievement, but I'm not sure they were at their sharpest, Yorkshire, in that final innings, but still 472 and 241 not out from Rogers. Angus Fraser described it as the best innings he had seen by a Middlesex batter. The rain is falling again at Grace Road.
Tiny bits, though. It's okay for now.
Bamber. He's in, bowls, and driven away. Out to deep backward points. 4-2. Holden comes around fine to collect. 311 for 8. On ball to come of the over, the 67th of the over. Goodness me, we could be on for a second new ball. What odds would we have given on even as just suggesting that earlier today? 7 wickets in the day. Extraordinary, really.
A lot of questions will be, is the pitch flattening? Is the pitch flattening? It is a bit, but there's still something there for the seamers to work with, especially when the ball is hard.
Bamber's in, bowls, and has he edged it? No, he hasn't. Through it goes to the keeper. A swing from Green, and through it passes. Umpires coming together. 311 for 8. They're going to have a chat about the rain. It just feels as though it started to get a little bit heavier than when we just mentioned it. Yep, we're off again. 311 for 8 it is. 45 for Green. Mike 26. The rain's falling at Grace Road once more, but hopefully passing showers, as we were promised by the BBC Radio Leicester weather report earlier today.
37 overs remain at the moment. I suspect we might now start losing a few, but it's a weary Middlesex side that are leaving the field. Green in that short period post tea went from 34 to 45. Mike from 23 to 26, extending their partnership to 71 for the 9th wicket. And the lead to 404. They'll just keep batting, I suspect, if and when we get back on. And I think we will get back on. A little bit surprised they've gone off, actually.
Yes, I am.
It really isn't raining. You know, there's a bit in the wind, but...
Look, this stops again.
Yeah. Umpire's looking back.
I blame the match referee, to be honest. He'll see that in a minute. Watch his head look up over there on the far side of the ground in a second. We got him to wave earlier, Swifty. Former batting coach down at Sussex. He'd have been watching on the events of Kimber down at Sussex last week, our mate.
Umpires have stayed out there. The ground staff, as you can hear the tractor bringing the covers onto the pitch, but not certainly the square. Umpires are looking up, hands in pockets. They're still out there, halfway back.
He's just reacted. He's got the slight delay on the stream, hasn't he? He's just looked up Swifty on the other side of the ground. Good man.
I think they've been a bit premature here in waving the players off, frankly. Umpire Blackwell spins the ball in his left hand. He was a left arm spinner, wasn't he, in Blackwell? And a mighty clumper of the ball, as I recall. But they are heading to their little room now, but how long it will be for, I don't know. I mean, it looks a little bit filled in a way where the weather's coming from, but as I say, I think they were premature taking them off. It certainly is barely raining, just a bit on the wind. However, fingers crossed we'll be back with you before too long, and it isn't one of those really frustrating delays that goes on for a long time. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, we'll say good afternoon.